2025. This is the 5th meeting of 2025 and the 34th meeting of the current term of the Metropolitan Council of Nashville in Davidson County. Will all members of the council, as well as the public, please rise for the invocation and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. In this season of Ramadan, the invocation is being offered this evening by Imam Diri Ahmed of Al Farouk Islamic Center. Imam Diri is the guest of District 29 Council Member Tasha Ellis. Go ahead.
Honorable Vice Mayor Angie Henderson, esteemed members of the Metro Nashville City Council, colleagues and cherished community members, I stand before you today with profound gratitude for the opportunity to offer this invocation. My name is Diri Ahmed, and I serve as the Imam and Director of Al Farouk Center on Thompson Lane. I would like to extend a special thanks to you, Council Member Tasha Ellis, for the invitation and for your commitment to serving our community. Your dedication, along with that of your colleagues, plays a vital role in shaping a city that values unity, justice, and inclusion. We are gathered here in a very special time, the blessed month of Ramadan, a month of fasting, reflection, and renewal. It is a time when over 1 billion Muslims around the world, including many in our very own city here, engage in prayer, self-discipline, and acts of charity. Ramadan reminds us of the values that unite all people: compassion, generosity, and a commitment to justice. It is a month that calls us to be better versions of ourselves, to serve our communities with sincerity, and to strengthen the bonds of brotherhood and sisterhood among people. In Nashville, where cultures and faiths come together, we witness the beauty that arises when unity triumphs over division. Our city prospers because we celebrate our differences, understanding that each unique thread weaves a stronger, more vibrant community. The Holy Quran guides us with wisdom on fostering unity and understanding. God says in the 49th chapter, Ya ayyuhan nasu inna khalaqnakum min dhakarin wa untha وجعلناكم شعوبا وقبائل لتعارفوا إن أكرمكم عند الله أتقاكم إن الله عليم خبير. Which translates to, O mankind, indeed we have created you from a male and female and made you peoples and tribes that you may know one another. Indeed, the most noble of you in the sight of God is the most righteous of you. Indeed, God is knowing and acquainted. This verse calls upon us to transcend superficial distinctions and seek deeper connections based on mutual respect and righteousness. As leaders and guardians of our city's well-being, you carry the weight of decisions that shape the lives of all who call this community home. In Arabic, the word for responsibility, mas'uliyah, comes from the root word sa'ala, meaning to ask. A reminder that responsibility is not just a duty, but accountability. You will be asked by the people who entrust you with their resources and by the taxpayers who look to you for stewardship. And ultimately, you will be asked by God on the day of judgment about how you upheld the trust placed upon you in this role. It is a noble task that requires wisdom, compassion, and unwavering dedication to justice. The Prophet, peace be upon him, Muhammad, peace be upon him, said, the best of people are those who are most beneficial to others. May this principle guide your decisions, may this principle guide your deliberations and actions, ensuring that the well-being of every individual is at the heart of your decisions. Now let us turn our hearts in prayer. We ask, O God Almighty, O God, the most merciful and compassionate, we seek your guidance and blessings upon this assembly. Grant these noble council members the wisdom to lead with integrity, the courage to uphold justice, and the compassion to serve all constituents with fairness. O Lord, strengthen the bonds of unity among us. Help us see beyond our differences and to cherish the common values that bind us together. Instill in our hearts a deep respect for one another so that we may work collaboratively for the betterment of our community. Protect our city from harm and bless its inhabitants with peace, prosperity, and mutual understanding. Guide our youth, support our elders, and provide those in need. O Sustainer, as we embark on these tasks before us, let our intentions be pure and our actions just. May our efforts today lay the foundation for a brighter, more inclusive tomorrow. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Imam. You all may be seated. Welcome, council and community members. Winter is almost behind us. With the spring equinox this Thursday, March the 20th, this past weekend brought stormy weather again across the South with deadly outcomes for many of our neighboring states. Please do remember to sign up for emergency storm alerts at means at nashville.gov. That's MEANS, nashville.gov, to help your constituents and members of the community. Please do continue to share that resource so we can keep folks safe. The cherry trees out front on the public square have begun to bloom, and Nashville will be celebrating Arbor Day on Wednesday, March 26th at the East Park Community Center. So I hope everyone will make plans to attend. Women's History Month continues, and last meeting, I shared with you all statistics about women in elected office at the local, state, and federal levels. This past week, I had the privilege of representing Nashville and Washington, D.C. at the Congressional City Conference of the National League of Cities, along with Councilwoman Toombs and Councilwoman Allen. And as I walked the halls of the congressional office buildings past all the doors and nameplates, I was reminded again that only 151 of the 535 seats in the House of Representatives are held by women, and only 26 women serve in the 100-member Senate. Yesterday was, of course, St. Patrick's Day, so thank you again to the musicians from St. Mary's University and our sister city of Belfast, Northern Ireland. That partnership is going strong with numerous exchanges, including last month's Historic Peace Summit at Belmont University, and as well a public health roundtable that we had for folks from Queen's University last week as well. Our sister city in Cannes, France, will celebrate their millennium, 1,000 years later this week. And so we send them our best wishes. Without objection, we will suspend the calling of the roll and ask the clerk to please record the names of the members present throughout the meeting. Is there a motion for the approval of the minutes of the meeting of March 4th, 2025? Okay, properly moved and seconded without objection. And seeing no one seeking to be recognized for a change to the minutes of the meeting of March 4th are approved. Mr. Clerk, are there any messages from the mayor?
There are no messages from the mayor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk. All right, next at the top of our agenda is our elections. Okay, item E1 is an election for the Advisory Committee on Transportation. Consideration of nominees for 5 vacancies on the advisory committee with terms lasting 2 years. This election will fill the vacancies this evening. And so with that, Chair Prep T for the report of the Rules, Confirmations, and Public Elections Committee, sir.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. The following individuals received a vote of 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. Ms. Kaylin Russell, Trent Ben, Dr. Claudio Moss, John Wesley Smith, Matt Ingram, Isaac Swafford, Dr. Morgan Renberg, and David Harris all received a vote of 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. And Miss Amy Scruggs received a vote of 6 in favor, 0 against, 1 not voting.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, colleagues, in front of you, your elections tablet is open. For this election, a nominee must receive 21 votes to be elected by the council. Okay? If anyone needs assistance, ITS is here, but I presume we're all set to begin the election. Mr. Clerk, if you would, please open the vote. All votes are in. Mr. Clerk, please show the results. Okay. So far, council has elected Mr. David Harris, Morgan Renberg, and Claudio Mose. Okay, that requires 21 votes. So we'll do collective congratulations at the end once we've completed the full roster of 5. But at this juncture, we will now conduct a second vote from those members or nominees, rather, who are remaining in consideration. Okay? So council has elected Harris, Renberg, and Mose. And we will now, Mr. Clerk, conduct the second vote, please, sir. This is for the remaining 2 seats. Ms. Stiles, if you'll please vote, ma'am. With all votes in, Mr. Clerk, please show the results. Okay, members. So, again, nominees must achieve 21 votes to be elected by the council to the 2 remaining seats. We will conduct the vote again. We'll try this, and then yes, and just so you're clear, you can vote for 2 people, okay? Right at this juncture, you are voting for 2 folks. So we will try this again. Mr. Clerk, will you please load the vote again? With all votes in, Mr. Clerk, please show the results. Okay, members. Reviewing the results at this juncture, consider as we vote next time, will we do this again one more time, Ms. Darby, and then we will drop off the lowest vote getters? Or we? Okay, can you speak to that, Ms. Darby?
So we had one vote after the successful votes. We had one vote without a winner. We've now had a second vote without a winner. And so our normal course is to keep 2 people per open slot, drop off the remainders. So that would mean 4 people who were the top vote getters this round will remain for the next round of voting. The 2 bottom vote getters will be removed.
Okay, is everyone clear? With our thanks to them for their interest in serving, Matt Ingram will be removed, as will Trent Benge. So the 4 remaining candidates or nominees are Mr. Smith, Kaylin Russell, Isaac Swafford, and Amy Scruggs. As Special Counsel Darby explained, there are 2 remaining spots. Nominees must achieve 21 votes to be elected. Yeah, Mr. Clerk, if you will please open the vote. You are voting for 2. All votes are in. Mr. Clerk, please show the results. Okay, council has elected John Wesley Smith. There is 1 open seat remaining. At this juncture, Special Counsel Darby, okay, now we will have the final, hopefully, election for the remaining 1 seat with the 3 remaining candidates. Okay, is everyone clear? Mr. Clerk, can you please load the vote? At this juncture, you are voting for 1. 1. Ms. Kimbrough, are you seeking to vote? Okay. Okay. All votes are in. Mr. Clerk, please show the results. Special Counsel Darby. Okay. 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 At this juncture, with one seat remaining and a tie in an effort to get us to a final result, Ms. Darby, can you please articulate that for the body?
After having one round with no successful candidate winning the election, we will now, with one spot remaining, we will keep the top two vote getters to run for that one remaining spot, and the other candidate will be removed from consideration.
Is everyone clear on the procedure? Okay. Mr. Clerk, if you would please load the vote. Mr. Clerk, if you will please hold. I'm conferring with Special Counsel Darby to make sure that we've conducted this appropriately. So, Ms. Darby, I think what is in question is, as we go through the process, if you would speak that into the mic, please, ma'am.
Apologies, everyone, that we should have, on this, we are now on round 6, and on round 6, we should keep the 3 candidates, vote amongst those 3 candidates again, and then if there is no winner in round 7, we will drop 1 candidate and have the 2 candidates remaining too.
Okay, members, so are we clear? As we go down, we had the 3 candidates for the 2 spots. We have to try again once members know. Then subsequent to that second try, that is when we then eliminate the bottom vote getter, okay? With apologies to Mr. Swafford and to the body for the confusion. Thank you, Ms. Darby. Yes, Ms. Porterfield.
Could a sponsor withdraw their nominee?
Ms. Darby? Our rules don't contemplate that, but Ms. Darby?
The rules don't contemplate it, and the nominee has already been through several rounds of elections. I think there may be people who want to vote for that person.
Okay, help me understand that. All right, members. Mr. Clerk now has the machine open for the vote for one remaining vacancy from among the three nominees, with Mr. Swafford added back to the slate due to our prior error. We appreciate your patience. Ms. Hancock, are you seeking to vote? And Mr. Gregg as well. With all votes in, Mr. Clerk, please show the results. All right, Ms. Darby, at this juncture, again, members, a nominee must receive 21 votes to be elected. This is the second time that we voted with the previous slate. And so at this juncture, Ms. Darby, would you articulate what will happen?
Now that we've had 2 rounds with this particular group with no one successfully getting 21 votes, the lowest vote total will be removed, and the top 2 vote getters will go into the next round.
Okay. Yes, Ms. Allen, do you have a point of order? Please stand for a point of order. Yes, ma'am.
Does it take 21 votes or simple majority?
It is 21
It's
votes.
21 votes. Please stand and say point of order. Yes, go ahead, ma'am.
Point of order, if someone had a conflict on a previous vote, but the conflict is no longer there, do they have to continue to abstain?
Ms. Darby?
No, if the conflict has been removed from a previous vote, the council member could vote on the subsequent vote.
Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
So is it the council's office advice that I can now vote? My understanding previously had been that I was conflicted off this whole thing.
If the conflict no longer exists because the person is not eligible for voting any longer, then the conflict no longer exists and you can vote and need not abstain.
Okay, thank you for that. That had not been my understanding, so thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Okay, again, a nominee must receive 21 votes, the lowest vote getter at this juncture. With much appreciation for their interest in serving, will be removed from the slate. And Mr. Clerk, if you would please load the vote for what we hope, well, will have to be the final vote between 2 folks, 2 nominees. Thank you. Mr. Horton, are you seeking to vote? Okay. Members, please recall that a nominee must receive 21 votes to be elected. All votes are in. Mr. Clerk, please show the vote. Okay, Ms. Darby will vote one more time, right? Okay. You all can see the results here. We'll ask Mr. Clerk to please load the vote again so that we can attempt to achieve 21 votes as required. For one more nominee to fill the last of the 5 vacancies. Thank you to everyone for their patience. Okay, with all votes in, Mr. Clerk, please show the results. Council has elected Kaylin Russell. Okay, council members, hang on. If you would please stand when I call your name for all those having been elected. Also, as well, we want to thank everyone who put themselves forward into nomination. Council has elected, please stand for collective applause at the end, Kaylin Russell, Dr. Claudio Mose, John Wesley Smith, Dr. Morgan Renberg, and David Harris. Congratulations and thank you. We'll take a moment while ITS takes our tablets out of election mode and back into regular mode. Can I get a thumbs up from ITS? Do we know, is everybody back in their tablet mode? All right. Next is section F on our agenda, appointees and nominees. This portion of the agenda shares all persons that were scheduled to appear before the Rules, Confirmations, and Public Elections Committee this evening. Referrals back to committee will be by rule as part of the council's 2-meeting process for all elections and confirmations. No votes will be taken by the body in this section of the agenda other than for deferrals. Chair Prep T, committee report, please, sir. First for any withdrawals and or deferrals.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. The reappointment of Sam Brooks to the Nashville Education, Community, and Arts Television Board was withdrawn.
Okay, that will be withdrawn. Thank you, sir. Next, a very brief summary report with the name and the board of the commission or committee and the persons who were interviewed today and will be referred back for confirmation consideration on April 1st, please, sir.
Okay, thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. The following individuals were voted unanimously by the committee, the Civil Service Commission of Lieutenant General James Evans, the Nashville Education, the Planning Commission reappointment of Edward Henley, the Sexual Oriented Business Licensing Board appointment of Mesut Ketlik, the Sexual-Oriented Business Licensing Board reappointment of Amina Osman, the Solid Waste Region Board appointment of Frederick Cawthon, the Traffic and Parking Commission appointment of Lisa Haller, the Traffic and Parking Commission appointment of Dr. Lin Meng were all voted unanimously, 8 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, thank you, Chair Prep T. Again, those were referred by rule. Next, Section G, confirmations. Chair Prep T, you're recognized again for your committee's report on appointees in the second step of your committee's 2-meeting process and a consolidated motion if applicable. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. The CATV Special Committee reappointment of Tim Garnett, as well as the Emergency Communication Director Board reappointment of Dr. Carol B. Tucker, and the Nashville Education Community and Television Board reappointment of Shauna Lynn Bradmeyer received a vote of 8 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting respectively. And with that, I move approval.
Okay, there is a motion to confirm these 3 appointees in a consolidated motion. Is there a second? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, council has confirmed Mr. Tim Garrett to the CATV Special Committee. If you are here in person, we welcome you to stand for collective applause, or if you're watching from home, we appreciate you as well. Next, council has confirmed to the Emergency Communications District E911 Board, Dr. Carolyn B. Tucker. And lastly, to the Nashville Education and Community Arts Television Board, otherwise known as NECAT, council has confirmed the reappointment of Cinelyn Brandmeyer. And if any of you are present, please do stand. We appreciate all 3 of you. Thank you very much. Okay, next, Section 8 of our agenda for nominations. Council members will have received a memo from me, a notice of a vacancy on the Procurement Standards Board. We will now take nominations from council members to fill 1 vacancy on the board with a term expiring October 19th, 2027. If you seek to nominate someone to the Procurement Standards Board, if you would please enter the queue. Okay, Ms. Webb, you're recognized.
I would like to nominate Amber Johnson.
Okay, Ms. Webb has nominated Amber Johnson. Ms. Kimbrough, Councilmember, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to nominate Roger Ligon Sr. for reappointment.
Okay, Ms. Kimbrough has nominated Roger Ligon Sr. Are any other members of council seeking to be recognized to nominate someone to the Procurement Standards Board? Okay, seeing none, we will close the nominations. All right. Next, we're moving into the public comment portion of our agenda, Section I. Members of the public who are Tennessee residents wishing to speak may sign up at a table outside of the council chamber from 5 to 6 p.m. on the day of the council meeting for our public comment period. This time, our public comment is limited to 20 minutes total at council meetings, and each speaker is allowed up to 2 minutes to speak. Okay? Persons speaking on agenda items must be prioritized to comply with state law. Okay? First, for public comment, I will call your name as well. I will call the subsequent person, and I invite that second person to go ahead and come forward in an effort to move us along timely. First is Michael Lacey, speaking on agenda number 49. This is ordinance BL 2025-690, speaking in opposition. Go ahead.
We've all learned a lot since FUSIS guardrails were first introduced. We've learned that this system has three sides to it. Right? There's MNPD and donor cameras, there's MNPD and Axon, and then there's the Axon and their contract with the donor cameras. And Metro has no control or oversight over Axon's arrangement with privately owned donor footage, or if they can share it with DHS, ICE, or others. But Metro is endorsing Axon as being safe and claiming we can control the flow of data. This isn't just about local trust. It's about accountability for a $50 billion corporation with deep ties to DHS and ICE. And in this America, that type of accountability doesn't exist. Not for small fish like us in an ocean of government data sharing. I keep hearing FUSIS doesn't collect data. Literally, what does that mean? If there's no data, why are the FUSIS branded hard drives? Why do they exist? Why is there a FUSIS branded computer server in the cloud that we're getting access to? This isn't a phrase that's meant to inform us, it's meant to silence dissent and to keep us from hearing each other. We're not a bunch of hysterical, embittered minorities and allies who can't read a contract. We can read contracts. And yes, we are embittered, but not at you personally, but at our leaders who keep trying to appease authoritarian priorities. It's not going to work. Guardrails are nice, but they're like bringing good vibes to a gunfight.
All right, a reminder, please, that there's no clapping during public comment. Next is Ashley Warbington. After Ashley will be Josh Haston. So if Josh Haston will also go ahead and come forward. Ashley Warbington is speaking on agenda item 49. This is also ordinance 690 in opposition. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Good evening. My name is Ashley Warbington, and I've been spending a lot of time fighting against harmful anti-immigrant policies at the state level. That's why I'm deeply alarmed by FUSIS. I have to ask, why is council being asked to approve a contract based on undisclosed private agreements between businesses owners and Axon? Why the secrecy? This lack of transparency should be a red flag for everyone in the room. What happens to the data FUSIS collects? Where does it go? Is it shared without oversight? Does ICE have access? Are there safeguards to prevent this technology from fueling deportations? We know FUSIS enables racial profiling and unchecked surveillance. Can we track how arrests break down by race? Can we measure real crime reduction? Who determines success? The communities being watched or the corporations making money off of them? And let's talk about data ownership. Does Metro have any control over how Axon processes, stores, or shares footage from businesses that aren't directly tied to MNPD? If not, why would we hand over that kind of power without clear protections? And beyond law enforcement, what about civil rights? Will protesters be tracked? Will children, kids already targeted by anti-immigrant laws, become even more vulnerable? All of this is happening in a state that is actively trying to criminalize kindness, deny undocumented children access to school, and suppress protests. Tennessee is making it clear that it wants to be unwelcoming to anyone who isn't white and male. But Nashville has always positioned itself as a city that cares for its people. The mayor campaigned on a promise to make Nashville for Nashvillians. This technology directly puts many of those same residents, the people who voted for him, at risk. If this council cannot answer these fundamental questions, this isn't about public safety, it's about unchecked power, and that's dangerous. Thank you.
Next is Josh Haston Following Mr. Haston will be Adam Shoup. So if Adam will go ahead and please come forward. Mr. Haston is speaking on item number 31, Resolution 1101 in support. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, everyone. My name's Josh Haston. I live in Clay Caps District, Councilmember Caps District, but I'm also an advocate for Nashville, its people, its communities, and I know that access to housing, especially affordable housing, is essential to our economy and the well-being of our communities. So I just want to hear, you guys need to hear that and hear how thankful I am of what you guys have done for the city. I know this job is often thankless. You've got long hours. You make hard and complex decisions, as you're going to make tonight. But you've made a lot of right decisions around affordable housing so far, specifically around continually funding the Barnes funds, the MDHA's LIHTC pilots, implementing and starting the new Catalyst funds. You've also started a brand new planning division. There's been a lot of great things happen surrounding affordable housing. And tonight you have the opportunity to push another resolution that would help push the ball forward. Resolution 2025-1101 gives us as Nashvillians an opportunity individually to potentially invest in our own affordable housing. That is not often available, and that's the best way for citizens and constituents to vote with their feet and also support the way that you are governing the city. So I support Resolution 2025-1101 because we simply need more housing and more funding tools to get more housing built or preserved. Approximately 72% of Nashville's workforce earns wages that would qualify them for affordable housing. Preliminary data from the Housing and Infrastructure Study says we need 90,000 units in the next 10 years. 70,000 of those are what we projected to create. Only potentially 20,000 of those be unaffordable. There's just simply no way. We need more tools. I hope that this and the other unified housing strategy recommendations are implemented. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Haston. Next is Adam Shoup. Following Adam Shoup will be Luis Mata. So if you would please go ahead and come forward. Adam Shoup is speaking on agenda item 49. That's ordinance 690 in opposition. You're recognized.
Good evening, council members. I testified at the last meeting generally about the deficiencies of the guardrails bill. Tonight, I want to focus on one thing, and that's how this technology could be exploited by state and federal government, including in particular for Trump's deportation agenda. As best I can tell, we're supposed to be convinced that it can't be used for this purpose because, as David Rosenberg said, it would be impractical to achieve what critics warn it could be used for. Deputy Chief Greg Blair added, the feds don't need our help to do whatever their mission is. They just don't. We've been here for 2 years and no federal partners have called down here whatsoever. Rosenberg also recently said of ICE, the only video which they could request would be video that has been preserved as evidence of a crime. Otherwise, they will have to go to the camera owner for access to the footage. You all are so close to getting it. ICE is not going to come knocking at MNPD's door because they don't need to. The federal government is able to obtain massive amounts of data from sources that don't require a warrant. They just go to private companies that are willing to provide it for the right price. They buy it from data brokers. A 2-year investigation by Georgetown Law published in 2022 found that ICE has quietly built a system that lets it peer into and track the personal lives of all Americans on a never-before-seen scale, effectively operating a domestic spy agency through contracts with a dizzying array of data brokers from DMVs and credit reporting agencies to utility companies. So what do they do with all of this? Well, they're constructing a $6 billion database to collect social security numbers, addresses, phone numbers, current and previous workplaces, social media accounts, data from phone apps, facial recognition images, DNA profiles, iris scans, digital fingerprints, voice prints. You get the picture. They're going to use this database to aggregate, link, and compare all of the millions of inputs. So it shouldn't be hard for you all to imagine how taking one small piece of information that may not mean anything by itself, showing up on surveillance footage or a photograph from a license plate reader.
Thank you. Your time has concluded. Next is Luis Mata. Following Mr. Mata will be Cade Wooten. So if Cade Wooten would go ahead and come forward as well. Mr. Mata is speaking on agenda item 49, ordinance 690 in opposition. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor and Council. My name is Luis Mata. I am the Government Relations Manager with Turk Votes. I work in District 28, and I'm here today to discuss Ordinance 690 and the Community Camera Safety Network. We know that technological development is not going anywhere, nor is it slowing down anytime soon. In light of that, how are we going to be responsible for our communities? If we're waiting on technologically convenient or seemingly easy solutions for lasting community safety, we will be waiting forever. While it is true that our communities want safety policies, solutions, and transparent reporting, it is imperative for any and all of the solutions to be directed by the community and for the community. The working class, Black, brown, immigrant community members who know the harms of mass surveillance and policing firsthand. And yes, we all want our property protected, our cars, our homes, and we want to be able to drive to school, to drive to work without fear, to be able to live fully and safely and with dignity. We ask that our communities have clear, direct opportunities to give input to council and the mayor's office and shape the safety solutions we want. And as you vote on Ordinance 690 this evening, I urge you to heed the words of the folks behind me and the folks that spoke in front of me. We ask that you receive the invitation to imagine a Nashville that relies less on surveillance and more on each other. To imagine what it might look like to develop non-reactive systems of safety, but rather build alternative, sustainable systems. Thank you all.
Thank you. Next is Cade Wooten. Following Cade Wooten will be John Davis. So if John Davis would go ahead and come forward. Cade Wooten is speaking on agenda item 49, ordinance 690 in opposition. You're recognized.
Good evening, council members. My name is Cade. I'm here to urge you to reject these so-called guardrails, which are nothing more than a sugar coating on a poison pill. This council made the right decision when it rejected FUSIS last year, and I'm disappointed that there are so many trying to push the surveillance system back in through the side door. We know exactly what happens when police get access to new surveillance tools, even when there are guardrails and rules around these tools. A few examples. In San Francisco, officers illegally spied on protesters. In Toledo, police used FUSIS to target Black residents and subsidize housing. In Massachusetts, police conducted months-long warrantless surveillance. It doesn't matter what rules are on paper, law enforcement will find a way around them. And Axon, the company behind FUSIS, has already made it clear that their goal is to expand AI-driven policing and real-time tracking. The safest version of this system is no system at all. Finally, this bill is dangerous because of the political moment we're living in right now. State and federal extremists are working every day to criminalize immigrants, LGBTQ people, and abortion. They have no regard to any rule of law and much less for any cutesy rules like this. Lawful permanent residents are being taken from their homes in the middle of the night. That is the world we're living in now. This surveillance system hands them a weapon to track and target the very people Nashville claims to protect. If you pass this bill, you're setting a precedent that mass surveillance is inevitable, and I'm here to tell you it's not. You stopped this once before, please do it again. Vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is John Davis. Go ahead and come forward, speaking on agenda item 49, also ordinance 690 in opposition. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Thank you. Yes, I am in opposition to this bill. What data do we have that supports having such broad authority to surveil and scrutinize our communities has an appreciable effect on crime? What research has truly been done? What empirical data do we have to substantiate all the claims that have been made about what this technology can do to fight crime? I'd like to echo what so many before me have said. I believe that once this data is gathered, we can't get it back, and it's in the hands of people who have their own agendas. And in this environment in which fascism is rising in our nation, I don't like to think what that data can be used for.
Thank you. That concludes our public comment. No one else having signed up to speak. So next, we move on to Section J of our agenda regarding rules of procedure. We take up these items just as we do legislation. The rule of procedure that is before us is to amend Rule 9 of the Rules of Procedure, effectively adding 9.3. Sponsors are Huffman and Horton. Mr. Huffman, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
Okay, Chair Prep T, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. The committee voted 8 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting for the amendment, and voted 8 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting on the rule change as amended.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Okay, it's back to you, Mr. Huffman, for a motion on your rule.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I move to approve this with just a brief explanation.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, properly moved and seconded. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. It won't waste a lot of y'all's time. We've got a lot to hear from tonight and a lot to cover. Essentially, what this rule change does is it adds a little bit of clarity to our legislative process by requiring 2 members to remove something off of first reading. This is not pointed at any individual member. This came from an experience that I had last July where I actively spoke against another member's legislation, Councilmember Prep T. As soon as I hit the chair, I regretted doing that, and I wanted to file this legislation. Something should go through the process. It should go through the committee process 100%. Now, I want to highlight the fact that the amendment before you tonight also includes language that allows any sponsor to remove an item off of first reading. There was an incident at the last council meeting where that had to be done in regards to a zoning matter. And also it clarifies that the notification just simply happens during the course of the meeting.
Okay, Mr. Huffman, are you speaking about your amendment to the amendment?
Oh, I am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I think I do have to move that amendment. Thank you.
So that is on everybody's desk. I think you have described it here because it's a little bit different from as initially filed. So moving the amendment to the amendment is a proper motion at this time. Is there a second? Okay. We will do that by voice. All in favor of the amendment to the amendment of the rules of procedure, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, so it's back to you for a motion on your proposed amendment to Rule 9 as amended.
Move to approve as amended.
Is there a second? Okay, properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on this amendment? Okay, Mr. Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just had a question for Director Darby. The language reads, notify the Vice Mayor of their desire to take a separate vote on an ordinance. Does that create a potential issue if the intent of pulling on first is withdrawal, which would not have a vote?
I see what your point is, but I think that the member could still withdraw pursuant to a subsequent rule or withdrawals.
Okay, thank you.
So, Ms. Darby, you're saying that the desired withdrawal would supersede?
Yeah, we have a separate rule that allows you to withdraw, and I think that that would be sufficient.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Ms. Allen, you're recognized for discussion.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I apologize. I just need clarification because I've got 3 different copies on my desk, and I just want to make sure it's my fault. I left things there, but the version that we have now adopted, does it take out the provision for the sponsor to ask for, and only if 2 or more members notify the Vice Mayor? Is that the version that we now have before us?
Let's have Special Counsel Darby clarify the amended amendment that is now in fact before us.
That would be great.
Yes, if you would read it into the record, Ms. Darby.
Certainly. It says, all ordinances on first reading shall be considered by the council in one vote. An ordinance on first reading may be considered separately if the lead sponsor of the ordinance or 2 or more members notify the Vice Mayor during the consideration of first reading ordinances of their desire to take a separate vote on the ordinance.
Okay, is that clear. Thank you for the clarification again. Is anyone else seeking to be recognized for discussion on the motion to amend Rule 9, adding Rule 9.3 as amended? Okay. Our amendments to our rules, colleagues, require 27 votes. We will try this by voice. All in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Okay. You have adopted this rule. Pursuant to our rules, this requires 30 days to become effective. So this will be effective at the meeting of May 6th. We have passed some previous rules amendments regarding no committee reports for a consent agenda. That will not be in effect till the first meeting in April. And the mandatory one meeting deferral for all rule change proposals will also be in effect at the first meeting in April. Okay, so those are kind of three that are in the queue, but the one that council has just adopted will be effective at the meeting of May 6th. Okay. All right, that concludes the section regarding rules of procedure. Next, we move into our bill on public hearing this evening. This is Agenda Item 1, Ordinance BL 2025-742. Spanish interpretation services are provided for all Metro Council public hearings. Council Office team member Karina Valdez is here as the interpreter. Ms. Valdez, will you please share how you can help?
Los servicios de interpretación en español estarán disponibles en la audiencia pública. Gracias.
Thank you. We appreciate you. For those wishing to speak this evening, whether as part of our public hearings, please do state your name, but it is not required for you to provide your address if you do not wish to do so. You may want to tell us in what neighborhood or area you live, what your connection to this agenda item is, or who your council member is. Once I go to the sponsor to open the public hearing, members in support, per our standard procedure, members in support of the bill will speak first, and members in opposition will speak after, okay? All right, so again, this is Ordinance BL 2025-742. This is an ordinance amending Title II and Section 16.28.195 of the Metropolitan Code pertaining to the Metropolitan Historical Commission and the Metropolitan Historic Zoning Commission. Sponsors are Benedict, Evans, Coopin, Huffman, Welsh, Johnston, Gamble, Horton, Webb, Benton, Eastlick, Ellis, Spain, Wiener, and Sepulveda. This bill has been substituted and amended with both Amendment A and B. So now I will go to the sponsor. Ms. Benedict, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to open the public hearing.
Okay, I declare the public hearing open. Okay, again, we would ask that you please orderly come forward. Those in support will be recognized first to speak. So if you wish to speak in support of this ordinance, if you will please kind of line up. You see our staff member, Ms. Cruz there, will show you where the line begins. I would ask that you please not block the door into and out of the chamber for fire code reasons, okay? All right, go ahead, sir. You are recognized.
Thank you, Council. Thank you, Vice Mayor and Council. My name is Ben Simpson. I'm with the Downtown Partnership, a proud member of District 20, Councilmember Horton's district. We are here in support of the bill. It has been 4 years since 2nd Avenue had a devastating day, and it has been 4 years since we have been able to repair 2nd Avenue. So we hope that this move, as amended, would give the people that are trying to do the work to get our historic 2nd Avenue back more resource, more time, and a more comprehensive view We would hope that that would include engaging the river. Riverfront Park is a wonderful green space that we have downtown for our residents, for our workers, and for those that do visit this city. So we hope that having historic moved under planning allows a comprehensive city view, not only of downtown, but of every district. And that is why we support this, and I support this. Thank you for your time, Vice Mayor. Thank you for your time, Council.
Go ahead and come on forward. Just be recognized in order.
All right, thank you. My name is Ron Carrier, and I'm the Vice President of Food and Beverage Operations at Opry Entertainment Group. I'm here today to speak on favor of BL 2024-742, which we believe will strengthen the city's commitment to its historic preservation. I've been with Ryman Hospitality and Opry Entertainment Group for over 25 years, and I'm very proud of our strong and unparalleled track record of historic preservation in Nashville. When the Ryman Auditorium faced potential demolition, our company, with the help of our incredible artist community, stepped up to preserve this important landmark. Tomorrow night marks another historic milestone with the 100th anniversary of the Grand Ole Opry airing live on NBC to millions of viewers. I hope all of you will tune in. With these historic institutions, as well as the additional investments in Nashville like Ole Red and Category 10, we see our role as stewards of the city's culture and the structures that help create it, and we are committed to honoring and preserving our city's unique history. Over the years, our experience with historical zoning have convinced us the need for reform. However, our interactions with the current structure of historic zoning highlighted a need for improvement. For instance, when we bought the beautiful white brick building that is now the home of Ole Red, we believed that lighting the exterior and colored lighting would highlight the building's historical features. And so we invested significant capital in industry-leading lighting equipment to bring the vision to life. Despite extensive evidence that was provided by the historic preservation experts and colored lighting does not deteriorate the historical integrity of the buildings, we were sued by historical zoning. Fighting this lawsuit cost us, but more importantly, Metro taxpayers, thousands of dollars fighting a frivolous lawsuit. At Ryman Hospitality, we are proud of our rich history of saving important historical landmarks throughout the city. We support BL 2024-742 as a light-touch, locally driven solution to achieve better outcomes for historic structures and districts, ensuring that our historic preservation takes center stage at the city's largest planning and zoning priorities. If we thought the bill would harm preservation, we certainly would not support it.
Time is up. Thank you. Please come forward. You're recognized.
Hello, my name is Ben Montague. I'm the owner of Carter Vintage Guitars on 8th Avenue, and we're here in support of BL 2025-742. We deeply respect Nashville's commitment to preserving its historical integrity and consider ourselves custodians of our own little slice of Nashville history. Beyond our direct economic distributions in the form of sales tax, employee taxes, utilities, and property taxes, Carter Vintage Guitars plays an integral role in Nashville's music community, but many musicians, both emerging and world-renowned, rely on us for their instruments, repairs, and their connections. We moved Carter Vintage across the street from its original location last year into the beautiful historic building that was lovingly and carefully preserved by Samira Road. We initially worked with Historical Commission guidelines on proposing signage to let customers know where we are located. However, the only approved option was a box sign situated above Two Hands Restaurant on the first floor. Our landlord ultimately did not permit the placement due to concerns that it would create confusion, making it appear as though Carter Vintage Guitars was actually located inside Two Hands, when in reality, we are at the back on the second floor. I fully agreed with Samira Road on this matter, and given this limitation, the landlord suggested we proceed with a mural painted by a local artist named Brian Law, who also created the original artwork for Carter Vintage Guitars that was previously located at 625 8th Avenue South. The potential removal of these murals currently being demanded by historic zoning staff under the threat of a lawsuit presents a significant challenge for us. As a well-known and deeply rooted part of Nashville's music community, these murals serve as an essential landmark for our customers. Without them, many visitors, including musicians, collectors, and tourists, will struggle to find us. This, of course, could have a devastating impact on our business, which in turn could jeopardize the 41 employees that we employ and the role that we employ. Thank you.
Thank you. You're recognized.
Thank you. My name is Matt Schutz, and I live on South 10th Street in East Nashville.
I worked for the Metro Historical Commission and Metro Historic Zoning Commission from 2004 to 2010. I'm in favor of Bill 2025-742 because I think our city needs more and broader preservation and conservation, not less. To best serve our citizens, a preservation and conservation skill set and ethos must dwell in every nook and cranny of our metro government, especially our planning department. In Nashville, historic buildings and streets outside of historic districts receive little protection and few meaningful preservation incentives. With an integrated historic and planning staff, our overall city planning could better incorporate preservation principles. Sometimes even an early conversation can alert a developer to the real economic value of pairing new and old buildings in their development. I do have one suggestion. I think the historic zoning administrator should be a licensed architect with experience in preservation. There are so many judgment calls that you have to make in historic zoning. They're logical but responsive to context which is always unique and always changing. If you focus too much on enforcing a long list of specific rules, you can lose track of the mission, and property owners can feel like they're being told what to do by an uncaring bureaucrat. A licensed professional often has training in these areas, as well as precise knowledge of construction details and a connection to the building community. Affordable housing only exists with sufficient supply of occupiable homes and buildings. That means for truly affordable housing to exist, we must simultaneously make durable new buildings and protect and rehabilitate as many old buildings as possible. Look, I'm not crazy about state pressure, and I have a bunch of very well-respected colleagues behind me who may see it differently than I do, but I had to ask myself, with my experience as a staffer and an applicant, would this bill do right by preservation? And my answer was yes. Executed the right way, I believe this bill could result in smarter regulation, which could result in fewer tear downs and have a positive effect on affordable housing.
Thank you. You're recognized.
Hey, y'all. My name is Neil Kornitik. I'm a proud member of Councilmember Terry Bowe's district. I'm here to support this bill. I wanted to make two quick points, one broad, one more specific. First off, historic zoning is something that does impact everybody, no matter if you live in one of those districts or not. Decisions that are made in one part of the city, they always impact other places. We move people from one area to another, we increase price of house, and then that forces pressure everywhere else. There was one report that has just been done, and there's also one that was done in 2018, and Place Economics did a pretty good job of summarizing what historic zoning has done to this point. They talked about the economic impact of those districts and how that is important to Nashville. It talks about the ability of the residents in those districts to afford the properties that are there. It also highlighted how most of the permits that were done are new permits. They're not historic preservation. It talks about how highly sought after and the prices that reflect that. My opinions on if that's good or bad, it's not really up for debate tonight on this bill. But what is up for debate is a reorganization. It's an opportunity to place historic zoning underneath planning. We have one of the best planning organizations in the country. I'm very proud of them. And they have a mission to help balance the cost of housing, where housing's built, even the design of housing. And they do a pretty good job of that. We can actually make them stronger by adding historic zoning to planning. Historic zoning then also benefits by having the ability to have access to more resources. They'll have more money. Planning has been able to find money under the covers to do our housing and infrastructure study. That's something that historic zoning doesn't have access to today, but if you move them under planning, you will give them the ability to share resources better, to be more efficient, and to provide a more balanced approach to development in Nashville. Thank you.
Thank you. You're recognized. Let's get our clock reset and accurate. We had a little hiccup there. Go ahead, sir.
All righty. Thank you. Good evening, council members. My name is David Greider. I'm the Executive Director of the Preservation Society of Nashville. Thank you for your service, especially over the past couple of weeks, working to get this bill to where it is today. Here's what the bill does. It codifies the historic zoning staff and protects the current staff's civil service status. It integrates preservation into city planning, in which our preservation plan has not been updated since 1998. It maintains the autonomy of the Metro Historic Commission. And we've been told, teeth or no teeth, it removes the state bills. What it does not do, it does not remove any historic overlays, and it does not compromise the integrity overnight of the historic zoning staff. Our board members have also worked with the planning director, and talking about integrity, there's something to be said about this whole process of respect as one city, department to department, and how we can work together instead of against each other. This integrates, this unites, it doesn't separate. So also the concerns that you'll hear tonight around Nest, just to be educated, the Historic Zoning Commission has no authority over base zoning, especially its staff. So when we want to talk about density, I'll be the first one here on this podium, but that's not what this bill is about. We'll be around, our neighbors will be around, advocates will be around. This isn't going away. Historic preservation is here to stay, and we're here to fight it all the way. Thank you.
Thank you. You're recognized.
Hello there. I'm Cyril Stewart. I live in the historic overlay in Whitland Avenue and under Councilmember Gadd, and we appreciate you being here and listening to these comments. I'm also a Metro Historic Zoning Commissioner, and we appreciate your service and listening to all sides of this and the very serious consideration that you're giving to this bill. Well, there are many in this city who believe that preservation will be diminished or abolished if this bill passes. And many more in this city feel that we are losing the soul of the city through the loss of historic buildings through our growth. Well, let's prove both of them wrong. Whichever way the vote goes, let's use this opportunity to make preservation stronger than ever in Nashville. Let's convene stakeholders from the entire county and create a plan for preservation in Nashville. The last one was done in 1998, and it's a different city today. Let's create a dynamic plan that redefines and celebrates our past as we grow. Let's make remembering our past an integral part of creating a future that's better than the past has ever been. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and to make the preservation even stronger in Nashville.
Thank you. You're recognized. Go ahead.
Good evening, members of Metro Council. I am Jim O'Shea, co-owner of Rosemary and Beauty Queen, and I stand before you today to express my support of BL 2025-742. I'm proud to live and work in District 6, represented by Councilman Claycap, and I appreciate his dedication to our community. As a business owner in historic overlay, I understand the importance of historic preservation and maintaining our city's unique character. Historic buildings and neighborhoods add character and make Nashville special. However, the current system of historic zoning has shown inconsistencies and inflexibility that often hinder rather than help preservation efforts. With Rosemary and Beauty Queen, went through a very expensive, cumbersome, and painful process with the Metro Historic Zoning, resulting in costly delays of our project, including legal fees exceeding $100,000 due to the lawsuit that incurred because of this. The experience highlighted the need for a more streamlined and consistent approach to historic preservation in Nashville. While we respect the importance of preserving our city's architectural heritage, the current system often creates unnecessary obstacles for our business to try and operate in historic areas. BL 2025-742 proposes a sensible solution by moving the historic zoning under the planning department for better oversight and streamlined process. I believe that this process has been in place. Had this process been in place when we did our project, we would have arrived at the same result much sooner and therefore been able to fully open sooner. Residents and business owners within historic neighborhoods will benefit from a consistent and streamlined process. I urge you to support Councilwoman Emily Benedict's substitute for BL 2025-742 and it's a step towards more effective, consistent, and fair historic preservation in Nashville. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. You're recognized.
My name is Barrett Hobbs. Madam Vice Mayor and council members, I appreciate your time in hearing us tonight. Council Member Gregg, I live in his district. Council Member Coopin, I have 4 businesses there. Council Member Eastlick, we have property and businesses in his district. and Councilman Huffman also. So I'm kind of spread all out through here. I want to thank the council for taking a look at this decade-long issue and Mayor O'Connell for his administration supporting it. I have had businesses in the historic downtown area for over 14 years. I was the merchant district chairman for over 10 years. I've had a first row seat in doorknob discussions, neon signs, television arguments, heaters, tents, patios, you name it, I've seen it. The system's broke. The specific example that I will give you is 110 2nd Avenue. We had a 25-year lease at that property, wanted to develop the downstairs. We needed to open an exit up. The fire marshal demanded us to do it by 4 inches. The historic staff said, no, it's a no-go. I knew it was going to be a money pit, so I passed on it, sold my lease out for 20 years over a doorway. Now what's in the building? They lost $10 million because I knew the economics of what the historic staff wanted us to do would break the building. So it's sitting empty, has been since right before the bomb. If you look at the property taxes on 2nd Avenue in comparison to the rest of the downtown entertainment district, 2nd Avenue has either gone down prior to the bomb or stagnated. The rest of the area is up over 2,000% since 2013 in property tax collections. Why? To preserve historic buildings, you have to make them economically profitable. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. You're recognized.
Hi, my name is Manon Hall. I live at 1629 Good Day Court in District 3. I'm here tonight in support of BL 2025-742. Hopefully you already know that this is a common sense bill that'll make our city's planning and historic zoning process work better together, and it's urgent that we pass it tonight. First, let me be clear what this bill does not do. It doesn't change anything about current historic overlays. If you live in an overlay, nothing changes. If you want to create or modify an overlay, you still have that power, just as today. The MHZC's commission will continue to have the authority it holds now. What this bill does do is it reorganizes the historic zoning staff under the planning department. Right now, Metro Planning and MHZCs operate separately, which can cause, miscommunication, delays, and unfortunately poor results, as we've already heard, when it comes to development and historic preservation. By aligning these departments, we'll create a more streamlined and effective process, allowing historic zoning considerations to be integrated into planning decisions from the start. This means fewer conflicts and better outcomes for Nashville's growth. And we can't afford to wait. As you've heard, there's a bill at the state level set to be heard tomorrow that could strip MHZC's power over the TDZ. If we don't act now, Nashville could lose important local control over our historic preservation. Passing BL 2025-742 strengthens our position and protects that oversight. This is a smart, practical step toward building a better, more coordinated Nashville. I urge you to vote yes tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hi there, my name is Noah Pelty, and I'm speaking in support of BL 2025-742. I'm an artist, guitarist, Nashvilleian, and an employee of Carter Vintage Guitars. Carter Vintage is more than just a business. It is the heart of the guitar playing community in Nashville, Tennessee. Before I had the privilege, and it is a privilege, of working here, Carter Vintage was a sanctuary for musicians like me. The world-renowned way that everyone finds us is through our murals on the side of our building. These murals have now become a recognized symbol of Nashville's music culture and have been featured in prominent news articles across the world, including The Times, the UK publication, the Tennessee, Metro, and Rolling Stone magazine. They are an integral part of our identity and a representation of this city's creative spirit. Locals and visitors from all over the world recognize these murals as a landmark, drawing them to our store and, by extension, contributing to Nashville's economy. Our space serves as a visual representation of Nashville's deep-rooted musical culture. Removing them would not just impact our business, but also diminish a piece of what makes Nashville unique. We believe that BL 2025-742 will bring some much-needed balance and practicality back to historic zoning decisions and outcomes. Thank you for your time, consideration, and assistance in this matter. On behalf of the entire Carter Vintage Guitars family, all 36 of us that the business employs, we truly appreciate this council's support of this proposal. In conclusion, I urge you to consider the significance of the murals, not just ours, but everyone else's that are about to be taken down. we'd like to have you support us in not just as signage, but they are a vital part of this historic city's identity and community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You're recognized. Go ahead.
Yes, my name is Brian Huffine. I live in District 5 on Seymour Avenue, and I would like to speak in opposition of the bill.
Okay, sir. We're not there yet. Okay?
Okay.
So if you would step back from the podium, please. You can retain that first spot if you would like. Is there anyone else seeking to be recognized to speak in support of this bill? Okay. Seeing none, we will now move on to opposition. If you would like to speak in opposition, I would ask that you line up. Please doing so, not blocking the door in and out of the chamber. Okay? All right. Go ahead, sir. You're recognized.
Thank you. My name is Brian Huffine. I live in District 5, and I would like to speak in opposition of this bill. Nashville, if you look at Nashville as a beautiful oasis of a pond and all the ripples of the people that live in Nashville and have made it through its history, beautiful and very appealing to people to move into and invest in, which their return on their investment has been very well over the last few years. I'm a fourth generation on my mother's side and fifth generation on my father's side resident of the city. And the Historic Commission needs to retain its independent status in cities where the Historic Commission has been merged with the planning departments. The outcome has reduced the influence of being able to keep the historic aspects of the city, and it needs to be able to stay an independent agency. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead. You're recognized.
Good evening. I am Twanachik here on behalf of the Cane Ridge community of Districts 31, 32, and 33. The reasons this legislation should be deferred or further amended include these. All versions appear to remove over time the civil service status of the impacted employees as they are replaced by attrition, which causes the entire subdepartment to become subservient to one planning director who ultimately decides whether their employment contract will be renewed. Proposed legislation suggests future employees should have a background of preservation, meaning none of them must have that background, which means eventually there could be no experts. Council has the right to improve Title 17 so long as it meets state and federal laws, which means you can tweak the process that some find objectionable. It works well for most Nashvillians, but obviously not for those who supported the legislation. So we ask that you do the hard work of making it a better Title 17. As suggested pieces of legislation cause the Historical Zoning Commission administrator to serve at the pleasure of the planning director, that removes that position's power to have a unique and important voice that represents urban and general services residents both. That lack of power weakens the entire body. And these pieces of legislation are all fruits of a poisonous tree. They were all born by a faulty, hurried, biased at birth report. A few people with agendas and bias were placed in a position of power to create a report that they wanted. These pieces of legislation have not involved sufficient community conversations. A public hearing, this public hearing is a one-sided plea, not a conversation. Please have more conversations.
Thank you. Go ahead. You're recognized.
Good evening, and thank you. It's always an honor to address Metro Council. I'm Tim Weeks. I live just a stone's throw from the Wilson County line, which you may assume people that far out don't care that much about historic zoning, but maybe I'm the exception. Historic zoning was created almost 50 years ago as a body independent from planning for a reason. Over those 50 years, the process has worked pretty darn well in most cases. So as the saying goes, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. The 20,000 citizens who live in Nashville's historic neighborhoods have not been fully engaged in this discussion. And I am concerned that the move to planning will have unintended long-term consequences for these neighborhoods even though council has the final say on any changes and overlays. If there are problems or tweaks that need to be addressed in historic zoning process, whether that's the downtown tourism district or historic neighborhoods or both, I think there's a better way than sacrificing the independence of a body that was established to promote preservation of Nashville's character. My second concern is Metro Council creating legislation as a preemptive attempt to pacify the General Assembly for a bill that may or may not get passed. I mean, just today, they declined to require English on driver's licenses, and they decided they're not going to change the name of the airport to President Donald Trump Airport. So miracles do happen. A few years ago, council boldly addressed the problem of short-term rentals in residential areas, and the state did pass.
Thank you, Mr. Weeks.
Sorry, I talked too slow.
That's okay. You can always give your comments to another friend and they can finish it later for you if needed. Go ahead and come forward, ma'am. You're recognized.
Hi, I'm Lou Ann Brown. I live in District 24, Council Member Brenda Gadd's district. Thank you for listening. I represent, as the president of the Richland Weston Neighborhood Association, 650 roughly households, most of which are in a conservation overlay. Our only tool to preserve our overlay is to petition the Metro Historic Zoning Commission. They are responsive to us. We have had a very good relationship. We just updated our conservation guidelines and did a good partnership with staff there. I hear and am sympathetic and understand the interests of the downtown business owners. Their interests are not my interests. Our situation is completely different than the downtown business owners. We are preserving something that we created over a long period of time with very, very careful community input, which I think is a very important thing for all of you to remember. We were not consulted on this in any way. We found out about it through an Axios article. Fortunately, I subscribe. And we have been on the back foot for 6 weeks. I've made some new friends. I met Mr. Mortensen, Mr. Reed, Mr. Sloan, and Mr. Eagles. And I've been fascinated to see exactly what they do to earn a living. I respect them, but I don't think they have my best interest at heart. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Good evening, Madam Vice Mayor and members of the council. Thank you for your time. My name is Miriam Mims. I'm a proud member of Councilmember Tom Cash's District 18. I live in a house that was built in 1915. I have appeared before the Historic Zoning Commission. I know how it works. I have volunteered for many, many years to support a National Historic Register of Places neighborhood in this town. I've lived here since 1981 in numerous neighborhoods. And so what I want to say tonight is that I would urge you all for deferment. What I've heard tonight, I've heard people speaking out of both sides of their mouths. I've heard them say there will be autonomy. The autonomy will be preserved. I've heard them say the guidelines will be intact. They will not be changed. I've heard other people say I needed to have some changes made to a building, and let's push this bill through so that buildings can be changed, not in compliance with what is happening, the current guidelines today. So I would ask you for a deferral of this bill, and among the reasons to do so is the bill is being rushed through with minimal community awareness and limited opportunity for input from the residents of Nashville's historic neighborhoods. The overlay pertaining to downtown buildings can be carved out of current oversight in a way that won't affect current historic neighborhoods with overlays. The majority of neighborhood overlay residents are not asking for this legislation. It is primarily generated by the downtown business owners. I respectfully ask the council to defer this bill to allow more time for a just and creative way. Thank you.
Go ahead, sir. You're recognized.
I'm Bill Gannon, and I live with in the Richland West End Historic Conservative Conservancy with Brenda Gadd's area. I urge you to reject this bill outright. Special interest lobbyists have skillfully orchestrated 742 to ensure that most Nashville residents that are most impacted have no choice. Supposedly, there was no time for engagement. At its core, community engagement is a democratic, transparent, and powerful tool, and that just hasn't happened. This has been a backroom deal justified poorly and pushed through. Forget the speech. Here's the thing. I get it. You need a scalpel, right? This is scalpel legislation. You want to fix something down on 2nd Street. You want to make sure a doorway isn't 4 inches too big. Fine. There's got to be a more targeted laser scalpel way to do it. You folks are passing a chainsaw legislation here. It's way overkill for what you're trying to get done. Instead, please, I ask you to focus your attention on how you can go target and relieve some of the downtown issues that you have and not throw this entire program under the bus at the expense of streamlining it. When I heard streamline, oh my God, the hair on the back of my neck went up. Streamlining sounds like we're now going to be able to check boxes and get things done just like this. That is not how historic preservation will live. It will get checkboxed one by one, month by month, year by year into a much smaller area of consideration. And when the chainsaws stop running, are you going to be happy with the wood pile you see behind you if they ever stop running? Thank you.
Thank you. You're recognized.
I'm Jill Farringer-Meese, president of the Nashville Historical.
Jill, would you move the mic a little closer to your mouth?
Thank
Go
you.
ahead.
Is that better?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I'll start over. I am Jill Farringer-Meese, president of the Nashville Historical Foundation, formerly the Metro Historical Commission Foundation. This is a nonprofit group that was formed in 2012 to support historic preservation projects and community education, partnering with the Historical and Historic Zoning Commissions. As past president of the Nashville City Cemetery Association and with the Historical Foundation, I have for 13 years worked closely with Tim Walker, executive director of the Historical and Historic Zoning Commissions. Tim has held this position since 2008, and for 12 years prior to that, he was on the commission staff in charge of historic zoning and more. I am taking this opportunity to show appreciation for the outstanding work that Tim Walker does. He is collaborative. He's a creative problem solver and administrator. I have seen the way in which he responds quickly to issues when set before him. As just one example of his exceptional work, Tim's architectural training made him the perfect person to oversee the extensive rehabilitation of Sunnyside at Sevier Park. It is an ideal location and home for the historic preservation staff and the many educational opportunities they offer there. Thank you, Tim, for all you have done and all you continue to do to preserve Nashville's historic cultures. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead and come forward. You're recognized. I'd ask that we not clap, please, in the gallery, just so we can keep moving on through. Go ahead.
Yes, my name is Louise Hardaway, and I live in Sylvan Park, a somewhat historic area of Nashville. We worked very hard we've been in the neighborhood 30 plus years to get a zoning passed. Last year, we were able to get a contextual zoning on several of our blocks to try to stem the tide of development. And I feel like this bill is very much more pro-development than it is pro-historic preservation. Someone else has said that old adage, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We have a fabulous Metro Historic Zoning Commission. Ann Roberts is one of the smartest people I know. I know her personally, and she's a wonderful and good staff member leading us. We don't need Metro Planning Commission to get their hands on historic preservation because we have a few downtown business owners who have had to have their fights with historic zoning and had cost them some money. It's not easy to get an overlay passed. It's not easy to get historic zoning passed. So, you know, I have a problem with that small set of people. It is not comprehensive. It is downtown business owners that are pushing this bill. And they have pushed it fast, much faster than it should have been pushed. And we were not aware of it until, you know, just the last couple of weeks. And here you're already at third reading. So y'all need to slow down. Just slow down and take a comprehensive look at this whole issue. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. You're recognized, sir.
Hello, my name is Bob Potter, and my office is in East Nashville. So for the last 20 years or so, I have built about 150 infill houses in Nashville. I've also renovated about 100 mostly older homes in Nashville. During that time, I've received several historic preservation awards, including for saving the historic Heights Ferry House. So I feel like I'm uniquely qualified to talk on this, and I'm here to tell you that this is the deal, okay? Working with a historic zoning examiner is like having a cup of coffee with your friend and discussing the problem. Working with a zoning examiner can go from being slow and arduous to downright, confrontational. That's not what we want to do here. But really what the message I want to send is we are talking about houses more than we are downtown business district. It's mostly houses that are the historic. The downtown business district is just a small piece of the city of Nashville, but the constituents live in houses. If you pass this ordinance, this bill, I promise you, 15 years down the road, you are going to end up with historic houses torn down and replaced with new construction. I am a builder. I've torn down plenty of old houses, okay? I understand how the game works. But if you do this, it will ultimately make it easier for builders just like me to go out there and tear down these beautiful old houses that give the city its character and replace them with tall skinnies or 4 houses on a lot, and maybe that solves density, but I promise you, you are never getting those old houses back once you tear them down. Never. Thank you.
Thank you. You're recognized.
Good evening. My name is Nathan Oliver, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak on BL 2025-742 and its impact on our community. I serve as the Vice President of the Lockland Springs Neighborhood Association, and I live at 1623 Woodland Street in the heart of the Lockland Springs East End overlay. My predecessors on the board worked to establish our overlay. I've been a part of its expansion, and our current board strongly supports keeping Metro Historic Zoning Commission, which is focused on conservation and preservation, separate from the Planning Department. I'd like to thank Councilmember Kapp in his sincere efforts to inform our neighborhood, but unfortunately his efforts have been overshadowed by a rushed process driven by fear of state influence. The most successful work of this council in Metro Nashville has been built on robust public engagement, ensuring transparency and community input. The principle has been the backbone of our community and leadership, yet this process has ignored it. We are being rushed into a decision because of an unclear and uncommunicated threat from the state, one that has not been explained to the public. We must do better. From the beginning, this bill has lacked public engagement. The initial report that launched this conversation did not involve the very neighborhoods it will impact. And tonight, we are facing a public hearing on third reading when the bill is no longer amendable. This is not how major decisions that affect thousands of homeowners should be made. Why hasn't there been a real effort to inform and involve the residents of historic districts? We must do more. Sponsors of this bill have emphasized urgency, but they have not explained what is driving it. If the concern is potential challenge from the state, then we must ask, How does moving historic zoning under planning address or prevent that? What problem is it solving? Why hasn't any clear communication been shared with the public? The laws and requirements are not changing under this bill. If the state's involvement or legislation is a concern, this restructuring does nothing to alter how historic regulations are applied. We should make decisions based on necessity, not fear. As residents of historic neighborhoods, how can we be assured that this move will not negatively impact the review, application, and enforcement of regulations? We ask you to defer tonight so that we can have meaningful, real dialogue, real understanding, and real solutions.
Thank you. You're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, council members. My name is Oliver Arney, and I'm a resident of District 1. Though I've had the pleasure of living in many historical districts in Nashville, from Edgefield, Germantown, Inglewood, Sylvan Park, conservation districts too, like Sylvan Heights and other areas. And while one day I would love to be able to afford in those areas, and I would love to address affordability and density in Nashville, that's not what we're here tonight to talk about. I recently witnessed the bill sponsor speak at Sunnyside Manor, the workplace of Metro Historical. She stated that this bill was based on a bad report. So that kind of leads me to ask, what are we doing here? This all seems a little rushed, don't we think? For all the fear mongering I've heard about the state clamping down on Nashville, don't you think we're kind of acting like that? How many historians, and public servants are behind me or have spoken in front of me against this bill tonight? We cannot change the past, but the decisions we make here tonight have the ability to affect our future past. I'm asking, as our Metro Council, to please vote no on this current bill. Thank you.
Thank you. You're recognized. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Freeman. I live in District 7, Inglewood Place Overlay. I'm here to oppose this bill. What it essentially does, with a few fringe benefits, is merge the historic zoning staff into the Planning Commission, and this will create big problems. The first is it creates a potential legal conflict. The Historic Zoning Commission is a quasi-legal body. Its decisions have legal weight and are appealable to Chancery Court. The commission works with public and with the staff on issues before the commission. It presents research and information to the commission and makes recommendations to the commission. The staff is well-versed in preservation and architectural standards. They have degrees in preservation in related fields. They have to be able to defend their positions both before the commission and in court if required. Their position is analogous to that of law clerks who work for judges. Their technical expertise is legally committed to that commission. They have a fiduciary duty to that commission. The second thing is that both the Historic Zoning Commission and the Planning Commission have separate reviews of overlays when overlays are created. The standards are different. If these people are shipped off to planning, the work of historic staff will be prioritized by the planning director, even though they work for a different agency. We can't say their aims will be the same. The commission, the Historic Zoning Commission, prioritizes preservation and the careful management of the county's historic properties for neighbors. The planning staff is concerned with future city development and assists its commission in responding to developers' requests for use available land for new projects. It is not lost on us that the end result of this legislation will be to try to gut the Historic Zoning Commission.
Thank you. You're recognized. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing public comment on this significant bill, which I believe will have adverse effects on the preservation of Nashville's historic neighborhoods and sites. My name is Jim Hubler. I reside at 607 Fatherland Street within the first historic zoned district in Metro, Edgefield. This is in Council District 6, ably represented by Councilmember Clay Capp. I'm the retired senior curator of the state capitol in art and architecture for the Tennessee State Museum, and an author of several books on Nashville's history and architecture, a member of the Nashville City Cemetery Board, and serve as a commissioner on the Metro Historical Commission. I'm also on the Historic Edgefield Neighborhood Board. I'm here to express my opposition to ordinance number BL 2025-742, which proposes relocating the Metro Historic Zoning Commission from the Metro Historic Commission to the Metro Planning Department. To me and many others who value Nashville's historical assets, this restructuring appears perplexing and seems to have been developed in a haphazard manner. Firstly, the survey conducted to assess the feasibility of this restructuring was flawed, excluding crucial stakeholders in our community, such as residents of historic neighborhoods and districts and members of the Historic Zoning Commission staff. Secondly, the process of introducing and evolving this bill has lacked transparency and standard protocols, typically involving public hearings of various constituency districts to garner comprehensive public feedback. Essentially, this bill appears to be expedited with minimal public input, as evidenced by tonight's last-minute meeting. Thirdly, most critically, moving the Historic Zoning Commission under the Planning Department eliminates a natural check and balance system. The HCZ will...
Thank you, sir.
Have a friend finish.
Yep. If you've got more remarks, just pass them on back to another friend. Go ahead, sir. You're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor and council members. My name is Craig Peterson. I live at 202 Carden Avenue in the Whitland neighborhood, District 24, Brenda's backyard. My home is one of the houses pictured in the MHZC's Design Guidelines publication. Very proud of that. I'm the president of the Whitland Area Neighborhood Association, and as such, I have a responsibility to keep approximately 600 residences in our neighborhood informed of issues that may impact them. That has been challenging with this bill. Part of Whitland is in a neighborhood conservation zoning overlay, and we have been pleased with MHZC's efforts on our behalf, and more than 40 neighbors have shared that sentiment to me and to council and the mayor in the past month. Others have spoken eloquently about the lack of transparency, the fact that this bill attempts to solve a problem that doesn't really exist. This bill prioritizes business owners and developers in the tourist zone at the expense of neighbors. From what I've seen and heard over the past month, all of that is true. But instead, I want to focus on the fear bordering on hysteria. The council needs to pass this bill or state will exercise some nuclear option that Nashville can't recover from. The mayor's office and sponsors of this bill have both said if it is not approved, that state legislation will jeopardize protections for our historic buildings and neighborhoods. Having read the most recent State House amendment that came out about an hour before this meeting, it puts historic preservation squarely in the lap of planning, much like Bill 742 does. So we would be not much worse off opposing tonight, waiting to see if state presents their bill, or we're bluffing. Don't surrender without a fight. I ask you to put the desires of the citizens and neighborhoods of Metro Nashville ahead of the corporate machine seeking to expand their profits and influence. Vote against 742. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Good evening. Thank you for letting us come speak tonight. My name is Catherine Hayden. I live in Sylvan Park in Brenda Gadd's district, and I live in a house that was built around 1890. Let's be honest. For once, the state isn't to blame for this hurried up, messy bill that has suddenly been dropped on us. It's some Broadway and 2nd Avenue owners and lobbyists. They could stop at any time, but instead they're holding us hostage, and you are enabling them. This sets a precedent which will haunt us. The lobbyists who are urging you to pass this bill in order to avoid the state bill are the same lobbyists who got the state bill filed. How can you let them control you and not call them out? How can you prioritize them over the neighborhoods that you represent? This bill, putting historic zoning underneath the Planning Commission, is like letting the fox guard the henhouse. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir. You're recognized.
Hello, thank you for listening to me tonight about this bill. I'm in opposition of it. My name is Larry McKee. I'm retired now, but for about 45 years, I made my living as an archaeologist and a historic preservation consultant. I oppose this change. The current commission has been in place for decades. Its staff is well educated. experienced, and committed to the mission. They approve about 90% of the projects that come before them, but we're mostly hearing from the people who have had their projects denied or deeply challenged and changed. I wish we have heard from more from the 90% of the people who got through the process okay, and we've heard from some of those tonight. It's a complicated project that deserve adequate consideration. It can take time, and that's part of the cost of doing business when you're doing a private undertaking subject to public governance. Nashville's significant buildings and historic fabric have been around for more than 200 years, and they do deserve due consideration, not a rush to judgment. The vibrant downtown entertainment district, with its historic character still in place, got to where it is under the guidance and oversight of the current Historic Zoning Commission. If it's not broke, let's not try to fix it. Why move it if the current program planning director is in favor of keeping it the way it is? Is there something about personnel changes? Is there a desire to control its decisions? It does need some reforms. Every institution needs tune-ups, but I encourage you to vote against this or defer it for further consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Good evening. My name is Matthew Bond. I live on Gulf Street in District 7. I'd like to finish the little story that my friend Tim Weeks was beginning when time ran out on him. About 7 years ago, residential neighborhoods were inundated with non-owner-occupied short-term rentals. Tim and I were part of a group supporting a bill to put a moratorium on them in residential districts, R and RS districts. Well, Airbnb and Verbo bought expensive lobbyists to go to the state and write a bill to stop us. Then Vice Mayor Briley and Councilman at Large Schulman asked for a meeting with our group, begging us to stop supporting our bill because they feared what the state might do. A few other council members were there as well at the meeting, including Freddie O'Connell from District 19. After Briley had spoken, O'Connell stood up and said, "What the vice mayor said might be true, but you know what? I'll be damned if I'll let the state tell me how to vote." Well, our bill passed. Councilmember Angie Henderson voted for it. And the state passed a bill, but all it did was grandfather in the existing short-term rentals. Over time, they have disappeared and diminished from most of the residential neighborhoods. So, I have a simple request. Please follow the example of Mayor O'Connell and Vice Mayor Henderson when they were council members. Don't let the state tell you how to vote. Vote for neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hi there. Hi there. I'm Mark Bowden. My wife, Cecilia Dodd, and I have lived in the Hewen neighborhood for almost all of our adult lives. Tom Cash and Berkeley Allen live in the same neighborhood as we do, and I am a proud member of Hewen Neighborhood Association and all that. So I would like to speak of a procedure. We are looking to propose a new sunroom on the back of our house. MHHC was stellar with this. There was no issue except for a couple things that we wanted to do that we couldn't do because of the guidelines with the overlay in our neighborhood. We worked well with Melissa Baldwick and had no issues at all after we finished presenting our plans for the sunroom on the backside of our house. Everyone I've heard before this that was in favor of this tonight was all from downtown and Lower Broad. And this long line of opposition here tonight seems like a lot of neighborhoods are feeling like they're going to be affected by this. I feel like the Metro Council should listen to the people and vote no against this and end this evening. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Go ahead, you're recognized, sir.
Hi, all. I'm Randy Horick. I live in Brenda Gadd's district. I also own a home in Clay Capp's district. I feel very well represented by both. I was thinking of a night some years ago when I had an opportunity at Bro's Cajun Restaurant to watch Mr. Bro make boudin sausage. And I've also watched what's happened to our city under the auspices of the Planning Department and Planning Commission over the last 30 years. And I can tell you the sausage was a lot easier to watch and it had a lot less suspicious ingredients in it. Over the last 30 years, we have watched our downtown become the Vegas Strip that is downright inhospitable to most of our residents and very difficult to access. We've watched our housing become less and less affordable as longtime residents, even school principals can't afford to live here anymore, which I find outrageous. And I have come to the conclusion in watching the Planning Commission work, watching the planning of the city work, when it gets to the point where a mayor has to run on the platform of, please don't leave, I hope you'll stay, that's a problem. And in watching these people work, I've come to sort of the conclusion they're basically a wholly owned subsidiary of the development community. I don't say that lightly, but I think that voting for this bill would send the city further in the direction that has made it such a difficult place to live over the last 30 years. And I wouldn't trust that responsibility to the Planning Commission. So I hope you'll vote no on that. And while I'm up here, please vote no on the Fusus bill too. That is handing a ticket to ICE.
Sir, we can't speak to that at this time.
Down, but I had to get it in.
Yep. Go ahead, sir. You're recognized.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Larotha Williams, Jr. I am a professor of African American and Public History at Tennessee State University. I have a background in historic preservation. I was a preservationist for the state of Florida for a while. When I moved to Savannah, I served on the Historic Savannah Foundation. And I came to Nashville and got involved with preservation here. I rise in opposition, in strong opposition to this bill. For one thing, I was concerned with how it played out, how I found out about it. All of a sudden, a document appeared before me that seemed like it was a paper that a student turned in the night before it was due. Wasn't well researched. It was just bad intel, bad scholarship, bad research. But then I began to hear stories about the fellows on the Hill threatening us that if we did not move quickly, then they would do something. As a historian, I stand before you to inform you, or maybe to remind you, that appeasement is not good policy. We should not act in a state of fear when it comes to preservation. I'm gonna make a statement now, even though I know some folks on the Planning Commission and I love y'all, right? But planning does not prioritize preservation. I hear what you say, but I also look around the city and I can see that if there's any planning going on, a lot of it is planning for the destruction of communities that mean a lot to me. Simply put, dang, that was fast.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. Next, you're recognized, sir.
My name is Don Cusick. I live in District 26 with Council Member Courtney Johnston, and I have agreed to finish Jim Hubler's time-challenged message. Thirdly, and most critically, moving the Historic Zoning Commission under the Planning Department eliminates a natural check and balance system. The HZC will now follow the Planning Department's direction, favoring developers whose interests seldom align with preserving Nashville's heritage. This is evident in Section 2.130.010. Quote, the Historic Zoning Administrator shall report to and serve at the pleasure of the Executive Director of the Planning Department and shall be paid such compensation as shall be within the Department of Planning's budgeted appropriations. This position seems to be the primary target of the bill. Lastly, the introduction of this bill was a concession to the Tennessee state legislature's desire to control Nashville's zoning of structures built after 1899, spanning from the Cumberland River to 440, essentially encompassing Nashville's core city. Our city council has faced other challenges to Nashville's local sovereignty, such as the reduction of the city council and control of the airport and sports authority. And this bill represents another encroachment. It not only threatens the preservation of our shared history, but also infringes on Nashville's right to self-governance. I urge the members of this esteemed body of publicly elected officials to vote no on this bill. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Dr. Cusick. You're recognized.
Good evening. My name is Laura Roast. I live in District 34. I'm speaking to you tonight as a resident and, in fact, a third-generation Nashvilleian. I also serve as vice chair of the Metro Historical Commission. This body appointed me to that commission 3 years ago, and I have served 2 terms prior, as well as been on the staff there. In fact, I did my first internships at the Historical Commission in 1979, just to date myself. I was in high school. Tonight, I speak only for myself, not the MHC. I urge you to vote no on 742. This situation, coming as it does under a threatened action by the state legislature, could be summarized by a chapter heading in Timothy Snyder's 2018 book on tyranny, namely, Do Not Obey in Advance. Such advice seems pertinent in that you have been asked to obey or comply with something that is still unknown, and keeping it unknown seems to have given it added power, which is no doubt the intent. A cudgel overhead is more effective if you know it's there, but can't see it to dodge the blow. Please look at this from the standpoint of a steward, as you each are, of Nashville laws, including those governing zoning. The current operation of the MHCC within the Metro Historical Commission has worked well for decades. Could you find some disgruntled property owners who haven't received permits to do what they'd like? Yes. Could you also find disgruntled property owners who haven't liked what the planning department has done to their neighborhood? A most resounding yes. Removal of a team of professionals from the department most closely aligned with their roles within government to be relocated in another department that is much less so is not efficient, to say the least, and could cause harm to the thousands of property owners who are not disgruntled, as you're hearing tonight. Look at the crowds of people. Listen to them. They, not the state, are your constituents. Please be on the right side of history, pun intended, and vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. You're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Council. My name is David Price. I live at 108 Evander Street in Clay Caps District. I've served as a volunteer commissioner on the Metro Historic Zoning Commission for 6 years, and I've lived in the Lockland Springs East End Conservation Overlay for over 20 years. I've personally gone through the overlay permitting process 3 times on my own property. I know how the Metro Historic Zoning Commission works. I know the staff. And I know how the commission has benefited Nashville as an independent agency for almost the last 50 years. This bill is bad public policy that is based on a combination of legislative blackmail by Broadway bar owners, a sham consultant report with a predetermined conclusion inserted by the planning department, and a stream of misinformation about commission staff from the lead sponsor, Emily Benedict. Metro Council should never be fooled into changing public policy based on blackmail and lies, especially with a bill that's this flawed, as you've heard tonight. This bill has been rushed through council in a matter of weeks with no meaningful public involvement. This public hearing was purposely delayed until 3rd reading when amendments are no longer allowed. This is not how the city's business ought to be conducted. The fact remains that most council members with overlays in their districts are opposed to this bill, as are most overlay residents. Despite the bill sponsor's many misleading statements about staff, the Zoning Commission staff are exceptionally good at their jobs. The council should maintain their independence and not move them to planning, where they could face pressure to weaken overlay protections, as they've just been asked to do today by downtown business owners, that go against the grassroots Nashvilleians that spent decades putting these overlays into place. There is no provision in the bill to ensure the historic zoning administrator has independence within planning, or even that the administrator must be a qualified expert I urge you to please vote no.
Thank you. You're recognized.
Good afternoon or good evening. Renee Bell, and I serve as a commissioner and the chair of the Metro Historic Zoning Commission, MHZC, and I'm also on the Metro Historical Commission, MHC, since 2001, and I've served on the Zoning Commission for 14 years. However, this evening, I speak as a constituent of District 19 and a voting citizen of Davidson County. There's not really much I can say more because they've said it. And that's really what you've heard is your constituents. So I'm going to take it short, and I'm going to say respectfully, I submit 3 particular challenges to the council to consider. This bill is not just about moving a staff for departmental efficiency. At the March 4th council meeting, there were 15 council members who voted to defer the bill, which was motion failed. Out of 40, almost 50% were not convinced to approve this bill. Isn't that an indication that this bill should not pass this evening? I concur with these council members, and thank you. The words from 2 co-sponsors of the bill are that it's the state legislation referencing the tourism development zone to be the point of pressure to the mayor's office and Metro Council. Hence the pressure for council to pass this bill. The guarantee, can council guarantee that if you pass this bill, that the state bill will be removed? Thirdly, may I propose? Can you council members guarantee and give assurance to your constituents of Davidson County that under the oversight and control in the planning department with primary agenda for development, that the established design guidelines for 35 historic and conservation neighborhood overlays around 11,000 properties, residential or commercial, are not reduced or compromised? Importantly, endangered by the removal of historic overlay for the intended purpose and development. This is at the cost of preserving Nashville in our county. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead. You're recognized.
Good evening, Vice Mayor Henderson and the rest of the council. I'm Ann Roberts. In disclosure of who I am, I began to work at the Historical Commission in 1976, and I was there until the end of 2008. So I saw a great deal of change and evolution while I was there. You've heard all the arguments, so I'm not going to really talk about pros and cons, except this. I want to say a little bit about logistics. I was on the staff when the Historic Zoning Commission, I was on the staff of the Historical Commission when Historic Zoning was appointed. The two commissions have shared an executive director ever since. It made sense in those first 2 decades to also share staff with similar expertise. The two commission staffs are now more specialized. Historic Zoning has a staff, Historical Commission likewise. However, they are closely related. Supporters of the bill talk about the resources for historic zoning at planning. But if they go to planning, they will be leaving behind resources that are crucial to their work. If you've been to Sunnyside, you know that there is a library there that's filled with rare materials that have been collected over the decades. Out-of-print books, historic maps, books on architecture, and all the National Register records. Those are part of the Historical Commission and Historic Zoning Commission office. These are physical materials that support the work of the staffs of both commissions. The people who do the work of the Historical Commission are resources too. When an overlay is being considered, they do the research. Sorry.
That's okay. Thank you.
I'll just say this. I would love for them to be able to stay in that wonderful building that the council, that the city did such a beautiful job on.
Thank
Sorry.
you.
Thank you.
Okay. If you have more to say, again, it seems to be a trend tonight. You can pass it to somebody in the back. Go ahead, sir. Please come forward. You're recognized.
Good evening. My name is Pete Greaves. I live at 913 Fatherland Street in East Nashville. I guess my question really is, what is this bill really about? Right, what we've heard on the one hand is nothing's going to change. It's going to remain exactly as it is. The commission's going to remain. The overlays are going to remain. We've also had people come up here and say there need to be changes. There needs to be changes in the way that hearings are done to do with downtown buildings. We've also heard that if we don't do this, the state is going to step in. And this is to stop a state bill. So my question is, what is the state bill? For the record, there is one state bill that is working its way through at the moment. It is called HB 1279. And as introduced, it specifies that a privately owned property built after 1899 that is located in a tourist development zone is not subject to the authority of a historic zoning commission or a historic zoning law, rule, review, guideline, or regulation with respect to certain aspects of the project. And it relates to things like windows and doors and things like that. Should we be concerned? Yes, we should be concerned about that bill. If nothing changes and we still have a historic zoning commission, passing this bill does not change anything to do with the state bill at all. We've been told that. It is not true. Tourist development zone is a legislative term. There are 7 of them in the state. The state law is not only aimed at Nashville. Nashville only has 1. Memphis has 2. And so there is no guarantee that if we pass this bill tonight, that the state law will not go through. And I would ask, thinking about the state law, where do you think that came from? Seriously? Thank you.
Thank you. You're recognized.
Hello, good evening, Council. My name is Alice Forrester. I live at 803 Fatherland in historic Edgefield, and I've been active in our neighborhood association for 40 years and participated early on with the rezoning of a terribly blighted area where no one wanted to live, and many of us lived in rundown houses, and people in the west side of Nashville were afraid to come over. And I have worked personally with my own home and through our neighborhood association with the Metro Historic Zoning Commission and the staff. I've been to meetings, I've been to hearings, as I've been here for other issues with the zoning. And they've always been a wonderful resource. Personally, I mean, I've called for advice. They've had architectural experts on staff, and I've always found them to be, stellar. I guess everybody's said all the details I would like to say, but I just don't think we should throw the baby out with the bathwater. I'm suspicious about the state bill, the lobbyists, the urgency of this. Someone mentioned the short-term rental bill project. I forgot if it was Schulman, one of the councilmen. We had hearings, we had meetings, we had neighborhood meetings. People sat down and talked. None of the stakeholders, the residential neighborhoods who are under historic zoning have been included in this process. I'm really upset, actually. It's really hurtful. I personally have put in thousands of hours into improving our neighborhood. Our property values are high. Developers want it. We've fought more attempted demolitions in Edgefield in the last, 7 years than in 40 years. And I have stood in the front and said, we cannot do this. And the zoning commission has stood up for us. Planning has not. I have been to planning. Thank you.
Thank you. You're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair and members of the council. My name is Dr. Marissa Richmond. I'm a resident for the last 24 years of District 23. And since 2022, I've been a member of the Metro Historical Commission. I'm here with many of my colleagues to express concerns about this bill. The original version, or the substitute, is an improvement over the original version, but there's still serious flaws in this. In my time with the Metro Historical Commission, we have developed, I've seen a very good relationship between both commissions and their staff. I think it would be illogical to break them apart. As others have said, I think it is a poor move to be subject to bullying from the General Assembly. The state legislature does not have Nashville's best interests at heart, and we've seen that time and time again. Finally, as a member of a union, I'm concerned about the treatment of staff. One of the language of the current bill does suggest that the current members would keep their civil service, but doesn't say what would happen after they depart and what would happen to their subsequent replacements. Currently, they do have civil service. When one person goes, it follows with the position, not with the person. And we want to make sure that, or I would like to make sure that if this happens, and I'm not convinced that it's necessary, that we protect the staff and make sure that they're protected. And thus, I would urge you to slow this down and continue fixes and try to do whatever we can for the best interests of the people of Nashville, both the neighborhood residents and the workers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Richmond. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Hi, my name is Jenna Phillip, and I reside at 927 Fatherland Street, and I'm a member of the Historic Edgefield Neighborhood Board. I am going to second all the other constituents and keep this very brief. We've heard people in support of the bill who want Metro Historic to be folded under planning because downtown businesses have faced frustrations with the rigidity of the Historic Zoning Commission's decision-making. This is not a worthy reason for a significant and damaging legislative change. When approximately 90% of cases before Metro Historic are annually approved, it feels like the bill is rewarding a tantrum from the few select who didn't get their way. Please vote no.
Thank you. You're recognized.
Good evening. My name is Paula Gotzi, and I live actually in the Cherokee Park Conservation Overlay area. And I am just finishing up, and I'm also a member of the Nashville Historic Foundation Board. And I am reading the last two paragraphs of Ann Roberts' speech.
Thank you.
Ann was going to finish by saying, the people who do the Historical Commission work are resources too. When an overlay is being considered, they do the research to support it. There is a back and forthness between the two that contributes to the much talked about efficiency, effectiveness, and streamlining. Applicants have access to both staffs and the other resources in one visit. The Historical Commission and the historic zoning are much more intertwined than planning and historic zoning. Historic zoning has nothing to do with use. Essentially, it's architectural review of individual buildings, and that is not what planning does. Please vote no to allow these staffs to remain together and keep being accessible to Nashvillians. Thank you.
Thank you. You're recognized, sir. Would you like to use the ADA mic? If our staff can assist you. Oh.
Hello, can everybody hear me? I'm Barry Walker. I'm the owner and developer of Marathon Village. Started doing development in 1986. I guess I'm the first guy in Nashville, definitely, in the state of Tennessee to do inner city development, and it was rough. That's why I got battle scars. I was on Metro Arts Commission for 9 years. I've been involved in a lot of other projects in the city and planning. And I remember Metro Arts Commission, we thought, what are we going to do to bring back Lower Broadway? We pushed, try to get tourism. Look how far we've come. I mean, it's great. And I know everybody has done a great job. The Planning Commission, Historical Commission, we got a great mayor, and Jacob is a great councilman in District 19 here. But we do need to think about what we're becoming in the city. I mean, I brought Marathon back from really a rough neighborhood, and now it's become, like they say, the number 2 tourist destination downtown besides downtown. I think we have to be slow on this. The Historical Commission has been very strong and helpful for supporting any historical overlay. If you look at my hometown, Jackson, Tennessee, they have a sort of historical thing, but it's controlled by the city council, and everything gets torn down, and there's nothing going on. The city's dead. We're looking at buildings popping up. It all looks the same. They look like boxes, white boxes with square windows. I think I think there's good points to this and bad points. We've got to be real careful and very selective on what we're doing with this. Maybe slow it down a little bit. The Historical Commission has been great. And we don't, back in the old days, you go to Florida, you go to the beach, the mom and pop places, You go like Lauderdale, that's all gone now. It's just buildings. So we have to be real careful and protect our heritage because the council here and everybody's done a great job. We've come a long way and I respect everybody here and I think we just keep it strong and keep the best thing we got here is the historical. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. You're recognized. Go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Henderson. I'm John Summers. I live at 5000 Wyoming Avenue. I sat in this council for 16 years, 8 years from the 6th District, 8 years from the 24th District. I also sat on the Planning Commission for 6 years, representing this council 2 different times. If you've never sat at a Planning Commission meeting week in, week out, month in, month out, you don't really get a full appreciation of just how different the Planning Commission is compared to the Historic Zoning Commission. 2 totally different environments, 2 totally different cultures. It's like oil and water. You've got one group trying to manage growth, and you've got one group trying to preserve what's unique about Nashville. You have a real clear choice here tonight. I couldn't have set it up any better. Everybody for this bill is a business interest. Everybody that's against this bill is a homeowner. You're being forced to choose, and there's no reason to. There's no reason to. If we need to fix things at the Planning Commission or with the staff or with the process, that can be done. If we need to change the guidelines for downtown, that can be done. You can solve this problem, or you can pick sides. I served for 35 years as a lobbyist at the legislature. They are not going home in the next 2 weeks. I want to challenge the sponsor of this bill to sit down with representatives from the neighborhoods and from the business community, and let's work out a solution. I swore an oath 4 times, just like you swore an oath, to represent the people of Nashville. Not just the business owners, but the people of Nashville. And they're here asking you to not undermine all their efforts to protect their neighborhoods. Because if you vote for this bill tonight, it's going to be perceived as anti-neighborhood. Let's solve the problem, not pick sides. Thank you.
Thank you. You're recognized.
Good evening. I stand here tonight, a proud Nashville native, and as a part of a community that believes in building a stronger, more vibrant Nashville, one that welcomes thoughtful development and equally honors preservation. Growth and preservation are not opposites, they are partners. Nashville deserves both. Bold progress and a deep respect for the spaces, stories, and legacies that have shaped this city. This decision doesn't just affect those with historic overlays or those who appear before the Historic Zoning Commission. It affects all of us. When we lose pieces of our shared history, we lose pieces of ourselves. This is not a distant conversation. It's happening in real time. It's shifting from they will be affected to we are already being affected. And I want to be clear, this is not about NIMBYism. It's yes to growth, yes to development, but yes to doing it with care, with wisdom, and with a commitment to preserving the spirit of our neighborhoods. We can build forward and still protect the legacy that anchors us. But I urge you to recognize that this isn't just about structures, it's about people. The employees in the Historic Zoning Commission are experts and public servants who do critical intentional work. Moving them into another department may look seamless on paper, but we know what happens in practice. We've seen it on the federal level every day. Good people doing important work slowly marginalized, reassigned, and eventually phased out. Their voices get quieter, their authority diluted, and their missions undermined. We cannot afford that here. We've had enough of that. Integration without proper safeguards is just consolidation with consequences. Thank you.
Thank you. Is anyone else seeking to be recognized to speak in opposition? Okay, seeing none, I declare the public hearing closed. Okay, at this time, I will go sponsor. Ms. Benedict, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move the bill.
Is there a second? Okay, it's properly before us. Go ahead.
Thank you. So first, I'd like to thank the public for coming out tonight and to those who have been engaged in the community. It's important to have heard your voices. Thank you to everybody who has worked so hard to get this right as well. There's been many questions and comments, including what we've heard tonight. This bill reorganizes the historic zoning staff. As we work on the city's growth, we should have historic voices working alongside the planning staff. Today, that is a siloed relationship. This bill will make the departments work more efficiently together. When an application for a zoning change within an overlay district comes forward, there will now be more collaborative staff that handles that, providing a better vision for Nashville's growth because there is a closer eye on historic zoning. The reorganization should streamline the process rather than keeping it separate. Directors Walker and Kemp sent their statement of principles that will be used to create an MOU between their two departments. That's on your desk, and it's also in your email. Also on your desk is the state bill. Importantly, the bill will be up for committee review tomorrow. Their caption bill that would eliminate the Historical Zoning Commission altogether for the state's largest cities. Their bill doesn't violate the home rule either. We've seen the state take away control of so much, we can't let them do that here. Councilmember Allen has an amendment that I've signed on to. I hope that you'll support the suspension of the rules so that it can be added to the bill. And colleagues, I hope that you will vote yes. Thank you.
All right, we are on to discussion. We'll go through in the order of the queue. Mr. Coupin, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you to all of the members of the public who have spoken tonight and who have spoken with myself and at town halls and meetings and the commissioners and the staff. This has been a very tough and very important process the last couple of weeks, and I'm rising as a neighborhood leader. I know this has been talked about as a rushed process, but I remember thinking as just a member of a neighborhood association that there were things that weren't working in the process. There were overlays that my neighborhood was trying to get that we were having challenges getting. I've since learned that's been in a couple of different neighborhoods. So I think we've heard some really great things and we've heard some not so great things. And to me, I know that there is a state bill that is terrifying. It doesn't move staff around. It actually moves the Historic Commission into the Planning Commission, all the things that we're hearing. We don't want to do. That's what that state bill does. But I think before us, we have good policy. And as someone who's committed to preservation and committed to protecting properties, I see a real opportunity here, given that the code is silent on who staffs the Historic Zoning Commission. Right now, the bylaws of the Historic Zoning Commission pull in staff from the Metro Historic Commission, but that position is not created, and I'm excited to see the Historic Zoning Administrator position get created. I think that's really important as we continue to lead, and if in the MOU intent of principles, it talks about future growth and future plans and working with the planning department and MHZC and MHE to look at preservation. I think we've heard earlier someone from the public talking about, regardless of how this goes tonight, we should take this as a moment to fight for historic preservation and to fight for those values. I think that regardless of where this goes, that's an important thing to keep working on. And as someone said, growth and preservation are not opposites, they're partners. That's what this is. That's bringing growth and preservation in the same room. But again, the power is not lost. Someone said, made the example of clerk versus judge. This bill moves the clerks around, changes the clerk's supervision, changes the clerk's location, but it doesn't touch the judge. The commission's the judge, and the commission stays intact. It stays with all the rules, and folks have said, well, if nothing changes, why are we doing this? Well, we're doing it because the commission is okay. The commission is doing okay, and the staff is where the potential challenge is and the rearrangement is. So the teeth are there. This bill does not put the Historic Zoning Commission into the Planning Commission. The state bill does. But again, I think this is good policy, and I'm, again, excited about it as someone that's fighting for preservation, as someone that's currently in my neighborhood fighting without an overlay to preserve a historic structure. I think that this is something that we'll look back on and be really excited and proud that we did as we commit to Nashville's preservation. So I urge my colleagues to support the bill. And again, really appreciate all the engagement. It's empowering to me to see how many people care about preservation in our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coopin. Mr. Capp, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. One of the great things about a good public hearing is sometimes you get some ideas. Everybody knows I'm opposed to this bill, but I listened carefully to the proponents of it at the public hearing tonight, and it occurs to me that there's probably a great path forward that would involve some amendments to the overlays, as particularly with respect to downtown or possibly for commercially used properties. It doesn't seem to me that the problem that seems to be presented by the proponents of the bill is really addressed by the substance of what this bill does. Unfortunately, we've cornered ourselves into this bill now being unamendable on third. We should have had the public hearing when the bill was still amendable so we could benefit from the ideas that come forth in a public hearing.
No clapping, please.
And unfortunately, we can't defer this and amend it. The only real remedy we have tonight is to vote it down and start over with a version of this that addresses the stated problem and does not unduly aggravate the overlays with an overbroad piece of legislation. I know that can be done. I'm in the middle of revising an overlay in my own district. I'm going to be in front of the Historic Zoning Commission tomorrow on a pretty significant proposed revision that will allow denser housing along South 10th Street and part of Shelby. That's been a community-driven process. It's been a great process. We'll see what happens at the commission tomorrow, but we are in the process of amending those guidelines. It can be done. That sounds to me like what's more appropriate to be done here. So I'm voting against this legislation tonight because it's really our only path forward that addresses the stated concern without overburdening our neighborhoods. I'll say a word, as I've said it before, do not please be motivated by the proposed threat of state legislation. Getting a bill filed up on the Hill, if that's used as a threat against us to do whatever the lobbyists or whoever got that bill filed wants us to do, if we go along with that tactic, we are telling every lobbyist in town, all you have to do to get whatever you want out of the Metro Council is go file a bill in the legislature, and we'll give you whatever you want. I don't go in for those tactics. I urge you all not to go in for those tactics either. Let's proceed in a dignified way in the interests of Nashville. Let's vote this down tonight and revisit the underlying issues.
Thank you, Mr. Capp. Again, please no clapping. Mr. Cash, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Chair. One thing you should know about me, I'm not a big fan of hyperbole. You wanted to persuade me, hyperbole is not the way to go. And I've heard, we've gotten some hyperbole from both sides, and I've kind of put that aside, and like I've said from the beginning on this bill.
Mr. Cash, if you...
I've said from the beginning, this bill wasn't quite the hyperbolic disaster that some are claiming, but I think there's some rewards. There's some good things that could come out of it. There are some needed changes, but there are also some risks here, especially as it relates to influence. So at this point, the biggest reason I'm a no is just the way it is played out. The threats from the state, the vague caption bill, which I guess we got today, this afternoon, are just not a way to do policy in this city, in the government that we're elected to serve. If we give in to state pressure this time, you bet we'll feel that pressure again and again. Most disappointing to me, even if this bill passes, but the most disappointing vote to me would be the failure of the deferral motion last time. I think there are 10 of us with overlays. I think 8 supported the deferral and 20 council members did not. We really wanted a deferral and more time to work on it, more time to hear and ease concerns, but those of us with constituents most impacted were largely ignored in that vote. We have a pretty solid councilmatic courtesy in this body. That we basically, when there's a zoning bill in our district, we are afforded the trust to be accountable and account for the constituents impacted in their concerns. But there are other ways that we need that trust and accountability as well in other types of legislation. There are non-zoning bills that impact a minority of districts or cross-section of the city that impact a smaller group of constituents more than the rest of the city. For example, some that I came up with, nothing specific to anyone. The airport is a city asset, but Councilmember Bradford would need, deference to how a change to the airport would impact his constituents. The Global Mall is an asset that belongs to the city, but also to District 32 in the southeast, who have the most to gain from its success. Landfill policy especially impacts constituents to the north. And the 800-pound gorilla in the chambers, how much a majority of us are going to spend on the East Bank in the coming decades, and what that's going to look like. We need to, and we'll need to give deference to those who live near and in the East Bank. So I hope that we remember this process and that we can improve on the process regardless of how the bill ends up. I'm going to vote no for it. I could see the state attempting to influence all those issues I just mentioned as well. But we need to man our ship.
Thank you, Mr. Druffel.
Thank you.
Or rather, Mr. Cash. Mr. Druffel, you're recognized. You're next in the queue, sir. Go ahead.
Then I get 3 more minutes. Okay, I'm just joking.
No,
Thank you. Margie and I have lived in probably 7 or 8 large cities, and we saw them grow, most recently Atlanta, and they just completely took away their character. As we saw the years go by, we moved to Nashville, and one of the things that endeared us to Nashville was this beautiful history, whether it's Broadway and all the areas around us, and Fort Negri, all these different places, and we're starting to slowly see that fade. We're here, our kids are here. We want to keep this for the next generation to make sure. And I'm hearing there will be protected, but then I have a concern that is if it's independent and we're moving this and it will still be independent in the Planning Commission, then why are we moving it? I just don't understand that there's going to be a change. So I'm not going to repeat a lot of what everybody said, but my concern is what I've heard from a lot of constituents. Hey, we need to protect our neighborhoods. It's our priority, and we need to make sure we stay independent. And that's enough for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Druffel. Ms. Johnston, you're recognized. Nope. Okay. Ms. Gadd, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Madam President, and I'd like to thank my colleagues who did support this public hearing this evening. It was incredibly important to have engagement directly from neighbors who live in these conservation overlay districts. They are the ones that are directly impacted, that work with the staff, that work to change guidelines through the process, that will tell you that if they've had frustrations, they would love to be able to actually be a part of a study or some type of work to actually look at changing those and what those could look like. This came to me as my constituents shared as it came to them through reading something in Axios. So it's good to, I'm thankful to the council office for doing those daily news briefings. Thank you so much. So what's really important there is that there was a report that was done. It's all about downtown and what the solutions can be, but bigger than that, what's the problem? What are the problem we're trying to solve? Before we know it, we have a piece of legislation filed that that is so completely discrediting to staff, would remove all 14 members from being civil service members, civil service positions. We have a substitute in front of us that is different from that. And I'm very thankful for the substitute version. I know we fought like hell to get the protections that we have in there for staff, but still yet, what we hear from folks today that are in support of this legislation is that they still can't tell you why the changes, or they won't tell you why the changes of moving the Historic Zoning Commission and over into planning is going to directly help them, other than reading between the lines, it's about staff. It's about disagreeing with staff decisions. That's my assumption, but no one's naming it. And so for us as a Metro Council, as we move forward to start talking about how much we support our staff and how much we care for them, and we're going to make sure we pay and take care of them during the budget cycle, to flippantly move through this and not speak up for our staff through this process has been really disheartening. So I am very thankful to the staff at the Metro Historic Commission, which will stay intact if this bill passes, to the Metro Historic Zoning Commission, or planners that will move over. Thank you so much for your work, and thank to my district, who I would like to say one last parting word. I will agree with the mayor. I am definitely more supportive of the Ville than the Vegas, and I'm proud to stand up for my neighborhoods.
Thank you, Ms. Gadd. Ms. Hancock, you're recognized.
Thank you. I am one of the few council members, or maybe many council members, not really sure, that do not have a historic district in my district. I don't have historic zoning. I don't have historic overlays or conservation overlays yet, although there's one in the works. However, during my first month in office in August 2019, I, as probably every member of council did, got a letter from Director Walker with a list of historically significant buildings in my district. So what did I do with that letter? Well, I created a historic preservation committee. And I don't know how many of you on council out of the 40 of us have your own historic preservation committee, but mine has been a wealth of research, not only on talking about those buildings and what we could do to help preserve them, but also in helping me understand and analyze historic legislation that comes before us time and time again. I have heard all the pressures that we all have heard from the mayor's office as related to the state legislation. But I've also heard from the state legislators that tell me that these particular bills that were attached to the letter we got today are not going to move forward tomorrow. I've also gotten information that said the other state bill that's not attached to this letter is going forward tomorrow. Both of those, regardless of what we do tonight. So I like to quote wisdom, and we had many wise people that have spoken to us today on both sides of the issue, but Dr. Leother Williams, certainly well esteemed in the historic preservation field, and he had a very short quote I'll share: appeasement is not good policy. And so I urge you to think about what we saw at public hearing today, the number of white males that were here in support of this legislation, and the diversity of the audience. Yes, we had white males and white females, but we also had diversity, people of color, males and females, in the people that were opposing this bill. These were our constituents. These are the people that we need to listen to. If you think at all about who we heard from today and you are nervous to vote no, then just abstain. But I'm voting no. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hancock. Mr. Spain, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of this bill, and I want to express my appreciation to everyone that we've heard from tonight on both sides of this bill. But I want to make sure that everyone's clear on what it is we're voting on here tonight. We're not voting on whether or not there are going to be changes to the way Metro handles historic zoning. What we're voting on is whether or not we are going to have any control over that process, over what it's going to look like, when it's going to happen, how it's going to happen, and maybe most importantly, if we're going to be able to come back and make more changes to it in the future if those become necessary. There have been some comments about this sort of ambiguous threat of state legislation out there. So let me be clear about what we're talking about. House Bill 1279 is in the Cities and Counties Subcommittee tomorrow. It's on that calendar because that's the final calendar for that committee. So it won't be deferred. They have no choice but to move it forward. The bill is not limited in impact to tourist development zones, as we heard earlier. The important part of the bill is the amendment. And let me just read you briefly what the legal analysis of the bill says. As a county with a population of not less than 250,000, and that's important because it doesn't just apply to Nashville. It catches Hamilton, Shelby, Knox, maybe a couple of others, which means it's not subject to a home rule violation as some of the other bills targeting Nashville have been. As a county with a population of not less than 250,000, Metro would no longer have a historic zoning commission. Instead, all requests for certificates of appropriateness, what we call preservation permits, and historic overlays would go to the Planning Commission, which would also adopt review guidelines that have the following priorities: policies of historic preservation, facilitation of modern infrastructure improvements and technological advancements, the continued growth and sustainability of economic development and tourism, the promotion of pedestrian-friendly and multimodal transportation solutions, the maintenance of public safety and emergency response accessibility, the preservation of property owners' ability to make reasonable improvement in response to market demands and evolving urban conditions and broader urban planning priorities. The existing guidelines for historic overlays would also be thrown out, and planning would create new ones in alignment with those listed priorities. Now, I don't want to speak for anyone, but I feel fairly certain that no one we've heard from tonight would consider that a preferable outcome. I will say the same thing I said when we discussed this on second reading. I think the way that we best serve our constituents, the way we best serve our city, and the way we best serve everyone we've heard from on both sides of this argument is to make sure we maintain control of this process so that it can be done in a thoughtful process that you can see outlined in the statement of principles for an MOU between planning and historic zoning. This is being done the right way, that the sponsor is listening to all the interested parties and trying to take their input into consideration. So with that, I would urge you to support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Spain. Ms. Allen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to thank all the speakers that came out. It is noteworthy, the division that we've heard on who supports and who's against it. This process has been very frustrating for many of us, especially those who have historic and conservation districts in our districts or former districts. I do think the substitute is much better, and I thank the sponsor for bringing that forward. As many people have said, the whole question is what problem is this solving and how does it relate to that? And in response to that question, I asked the planning department to formalize the principles of the memorandum of understanding and was hoping we would have a lot of time to study that. We did get it this afternoon, which is last minute, and I feel better knowing that there is a path laid out for how those differences between the planning staff and the historic commission would be worked out. I feel that is progress. I'm still frustrated with the process, though. If this is to pass, though, I do think it's important to do it right, and the fact that we are trying to keep the Historic Commission separate and independent is important, and I have an amendment that I would like to offer that will require a suspension of the rules. I would like to very quickly request a suspension of the rules.
Okay, Ms. Allen has moved to suspend the rules so that she can get a timely filed amendment before us on third reading when amendments are not typically allowed on ordinances in this section of our code. Are there any objections to the suspension of the rules? Okay, seeing none, the rules are suspended.
Thank you. I
Go
thank
ahead.
my colleagues for that, and maybe that shows us what could happen in the future. I'll just throw that out there. All this amendment does is simply restore
I need you to move the amendment.
Excuse me, I would like to move the amendment, please.
Is there a second?
Thank you.
Go
very
ahead.
much. All this amendment does is restore the executive to the executive director title for the Historic Commission. That's what's in there currently in Division 2, and it, for whatever reason, in the current substitute, that has been changed to director, and there are slight differences between executive director and director. They are used somewhat interchangeably. It's not that big a deal, but to me, it's symbolic. I think it's important to acknowledge that we are keeping the authority of the Historic Commission executive director, and so with that, I would ask for support for this amendment.
Okay. Is there any discussion on the motion to amend as described by Ms. Allen? Seeing none, all in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay. So that amendment has passed. Ms. Benedict, I'm going to go back to you to get the bill back before us as amended, please, ma'am.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move the bill as amended.
Okay. Ms. Benedict has renewed her motion for approval as amended. Is there a second for that? Okay, so where we are is on discussion for the bill as substituted prior and amended with Amendment 1, Amendment B, and then now Ms. Allen's amendment. So that is the bill that is before us. Is anyone else seeking further discussion before we move to a vote? Okay. Seeing no one in the queue, this is on third reading and requires 21 votes for passage, recognizing and understanding both from the floor discussion that we will have quite a few no's. I would ask that we do this by roll call, Mr. Clerk. And so with that, if you would please open the machine. So motion to approve on its third and final reading as amended. Is anyone requiring assistance? Has everybody voted? Okay, we'll wait. No worries. With all votes in, Mr. Clerk, please show the vote. This bill has passed its third and final reading with 24 votes in favor, 11 votes no, and 1 abstention. All right. We'll be moving forward with our agenda. Again, we thank everyone who came out this evening to speak on the public hearing. We appreciate hearing from you. Next, we are moving into our consolidated consent agenda. Folks, if you would like to speak with each other, I would ask you please to move to the mezzanine where you're welcome to stay and chat. We need to move forward with our agenda. So please quietly leave the gallery. You're welcome to chat on the mezzanine. Thank you. Okay, section L of our agenda, consent. All resolutions and second and third reading ordinances on this agenda are included on the consent agenda if recommended for approval unanimously by all the committees to which the item was referred. Items on the consent agenda will be voted on at a single time. The item number along with the resolution and ordinance number of the items on the consent agenda will be read by me. Members of the council may remove any item from the consent agenda by request before the consent agenda vote is taken. Okay. The first item proposed for consent among the resolutions is Agenda Item 2, Resolution 2025-1062. Next is Agenda Item 5, Resolution 2025-1075. Agenda Item 6, Resolution 2025-1076. Agenda Item 7, Resolution 2025-1077. Agenda Item 8, Resolution 2025-1078. Agenda Item 9, Resolution 2025-1079. Agenda Item 10, Resolution 2025-1080. Agenda Item 11, Resolution 2025-1081. Agenda Item 12, Resolution 2025-1082. Agenda Item 13, Resolution 2025-1083. Agenda item 14, Resolution 2025-1084. Agenda item 15, Resolution 2025-1085. Agenda item 16, Resolution 2025-1086. Agenda item 17, Resolution 2025-1087. Agenda item 18, Resolution 2025-1088. Agenda item 19, Resolution 2025-1089. Agenda item 20, Resolution 2025-1090. Agenda item 21, Resolution 2025-1091. Agenda item 22, Resolution 2025-1092. Agenda item 23, Resolution 2025-1093. Agenda item 24, Resolution 2025-1094. Agenda item 25, Resolution 2025-1095. Agenda item 26, Resolution 2025-1096. Agenda item 27, Resolution 2025-1097. Agenda item 28, Resolution 2025-1098. Agenda item 29, Resolution 2025-1099. Agenda item 31, Resolution 2025-1101. Agenda item 32, Resolution 2025-1102. Agenda item 33, Resolution 2025-1103. And now bills on second reading proposed for consent. First among those is agenda item 46, ordinance BL 2025-746. Agenda item 47, ordinance BL 2025-747. Agenda item 48, ordinance BL 2025-748. And now bills on third reading proposed for consent. First among those, agenda item 50, ordinance BL 2025-712, and its companion, agenda item 51, ordinance 713. Next is agenda item 52, ordinance BL 2025-714, and its companion, agenda item 53, ordinance 715. Next are agenda items 54, ordinance 716, and its companion, agenda item 55, that's ordinance 717. Yeah, I can keep reading the BL and the ordinance part, Margaret, I can, but I just figured I was going to try to speed it up a little bit here since they're companions to each other, but okay. Agenda item 56, ordinance BL 2025-718. Agenda item 57, ordinance BL 2025-719. Agenda item 58, ordinance BL 2025-722. Agenda item 59, ordinance BL 2025-723. Agenda item 60, ordinance BL 2025-724. And next is agenda item 63, ordinance BL 2025-729. Agenda item 65, ordinance BL 2025-732. Agenda item 66, ordinance BL 2025-733. And its companion, agenda item 67, which is ordinance 734. Next is agenda item 68, ordinance BL 2025-735. And its companion, agenda item 69, which is ordinance 736. Next is agenda item 70, ordinance BL 2025-737. Agenda item 71, ordinance BL 2025-738. Agenda item 73, ordinance BL 2025-744. And lastly, agenda item 74, ordinance BL 2025-745. Do any items need to be removed from the consent agenda? If so, please join the queue to request that. Okay, Councilwoman Hill, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Item number 33, RS 2025-1103.
Okay, Ms. Hill has requested the removal of agenda item 33, resolution 1103, and that will be removed from consent. Okay. Are any other members seeking to remove items from the consolidated consent agenda? Okay, seeing none, hang on. Mr. Huffman, you're recognized. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, Madam Vice Chair, just a quick clarification. I did not hear you say item 72 on consent. Just if that's a if that was a mishap, I can request to remove it, but just wanted to make sure.
72 is not on consent. Okay. Mr. Harrell, are you seeking to remove something from consent? Okay, go ahead, sir. You're recognized.
66 and 67.
Okay. Third reading items, bills 66, or rather agenda items 66 and 67. Those are ordinances BL 2025-733 and 734. Sir, is that okay? Let me just mark those here. Okay. All righty, those have been removed from consent. Are any other members seeking to be recognized to remove a bill from the consolidated consent agenda? Okay, seeing none, we will move for the last time to our committee reports. That rule is not in effect yet, but we will have it in effect at the next meeting. Give me just a second. Budget Chair Porterfield. Okay. All right, Budget and Finance Committee Chair Porterfield, you're recognized for your committee reports on items proposed for the consent agenda.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And spoiler alert, everything is going to be 10 in favor, 0 against,
Got
0
it.
not voting.
Okay.
Budget and Finance considered the following items: RS 2025-1062, 1075 through 10, all the way down to 1096. And then RS 2025-1101. Again, all of those were 10 in favor, 0 not voting, and 0 abstaining.
Okay, I appreciate that. They are all sequential from 1075 all the way to 1096, stepping down in bill numbers all the way through. And I apologize, I was keeping up with those. Did you say anything about 1101?
1101 was also 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Okay, for the report of the Arts, Parks, Libraries, and Entertainment Committee, Chair Gadd, you're recognized.
All right, these are the items on consent. We have RS 2025-1080, passed 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. Excuse me. RS 2025-1087, passed 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. RS 2025-1088, passed 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. RS 2025-1100, passed 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. And that should be it. Yes, ma'am. Okay. Next, for the report of government operations and regulations, Chair Hill, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. RS 2025-1081, we approved 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Next is for committee reports is the report of the Planning and Zoning Committee. Chair Gamble, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Planning and Zoning consider resolutions on consent: RS 2025-1077, 1078, 1079, 1092, 1096, 1097, 1098, 1099, and 1101. 8 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. Bills on second reading consent considered: Bill 2025-746, 747, 748. Voted in favor, 8 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. And then bills on third reading consent: Bill 2025-712, 713, 714, 715, 716, 717, 718, 719, 722, 723, 724, 725, 726.
I believe, is it 729 is next, Ms. Gamble, after 724? 729?
I have 725. Is it not on
I
consent?
don't have 725 on consent.
Okay.
Hang on just a second. We'll double check it. It had a late amendment, so it's not on consent.
All right, we'll take that one off consent.
Okay.
Bill 2025-726, 729, 732, 735, 736, 737, and 738. Voted in favor, 8 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, and then just to clarify, 725 and 726 are not on consent.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Chair. Okay, and let's see. I think we've got a rules, we got public health and safety. Chair Evans, for your report, please. Oh, I'm sorry. Vice Chair Huffman, you're recognized.
Just trying to keep you on your toes.
That's okay.
Thank you. The Public Health and Safety Committee passed the following items on consent with a count of 7 to 0. RS 2025-1082, 1083, 1084, 1085, 1086, 1089, and 1091. Once again, 7 to 0.
Great, thank you so much. Next is the report of Rules, Confirmations, and Public Elections. Chair Prep T, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. The committee considered RS 2025-1102 and voted 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Thank you, sir. And last but not least, for the report of the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, Chair Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We considered resolutions RS 2025, 1092, and 1093. Recommended approval of those two, 11 in favor, 0 against, and 0 not voting. Also considered resolutions 1094 through 1099. Recommended approval of those items, 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay.
And for bills on second reading, we considered BL 2025 746, 747, 748. Recommended approval of those three, 10 in favor, 0 against, and 0 not voting.
Okay.
And with all committee reports in, I will move our consolidated consent agenda.
Properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any voting no or abstaining? Okay. All those items on the consolidated consent agenda have passed. And we will now go back to items not on consent in order, starting with resolutions. Okay. First among those is Agenda Item 3, Resolution 2025-1067, sponsors Cap, Porterfield, and Gamble. This is a resolution approving a preliminary engineering agreement between CSX Transportation, a Virginia corporation with its principal place of business in Jacksonville, Florida, and the Metro government to facilitate the replacement of an existing bridge on Eastland Avenue. Councilman Cap, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
Okay. First, for the report of the Budget and Finance Committee, Chair Porterfield.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance considered RS 2025-1067 and voted 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting for the amendment, and 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting for the resolution as amended.
Thank you, Chair. Next, to the report of the Planning and Zoning Committee, Chair Gamble, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Planning and Zoning recommended approval of the amendment, 8 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting, and the approval of the bill as amended, 8 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay. And for the report of Transportation and Infrastructure, Chair Parker.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We recommended approval of the amendment, 11 in favor, 0 against, and 0 not voting. And on the resolution as amended, we recommended approval, 11 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, thank you much. It's back to you, Mr. Cap, for a motion on your bill to get it before us.
Thank you, Chairs, and thank you, Vice Mayor. Move to approve.
Is there a second? Okay. Oh, yes, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Prep T.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. The Rules, Confirmation, and Public Elections Committee considered the late filed nature of the amendment on this bill and voted 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
I apologize. I don't have it noted here as late filed. Was there a subsequent late filed version of this amendment?
There is a late filed amendment, yes, Vice Mayor.
Okay. I appreciate that. So we've got the bill before us. Did you want to move to suspend the rules to get the late filed amendment before us? Okay.
There is a late filed amendment, and I move to suspend the rules so that we can consider.
Okay. I appreciate the report of the chair. Members, having heard that report, are there any objections to the suspension of the rules to get this latest version of the housekeeping amendment before us? Okay. Seeing none, it's back to you. The rules are suspended.
Thank you, colleagues. This is a housekeeping amendment. The late filed amendment adds the budget feature back into the amendment that was dropped when there was a housekeeping amendment offered in committee yesterday that changed the signature page and codified some earlier discussions between us and CSX. So with that, I move the amendment.
Okay. Is there a second? Okay, properly moved and seconded. You've heard the description of the housekeeping amendment. All in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay. Back to you for a motion on your bill as amended.
Thank you all. Yes, Vice Mayor, move approval.
Okay. Is there properly moved and seconded? Any discussion on this resolution as amended? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay. This has passed as amended. Next is Agenda Item 4, Resolution 2025-1074. Sponsors Porterfield, Parker, Welsh, Gadd, Huffman, and Toombs. This is a resolution appropriating two certain accounts for the benefit of the Metropolitan Transit Authority, the Nashville Department of Transportation and Multimodal Infrastructure, the Department of Information Technology Services, and the Mayor's Office in the amount of $59,300,000 in connection with the Choose How You Move Transportation Improvement Program. Ms. Porterfield, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports. Budget and Finance considered RS 2025-1074 and voted 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting for approval.
Okay, for the report of Transportation Infrastructure, Chair Parker.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We recommended approval, 11 in favor, 0 against, and 0 not voting.
Thank you. And Chair Hill for the report of Government Operations and Regulations.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. We move for approval, 6 in favor, 1 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Move for approval.
Thank you. Back to you. Properly moved and seconded. So we are on discussion of the motion to approve on this bill. Anyone seeking discussion on this bill? Seeing none, there's a motion to approve. All in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay. We have to go on the board. It's a resolution with only one reading, and so we have to record that. Can't do it by voice. Mr. Clerk, if you would please open the machine. Okay, colleagues, let's move swiftly to the vote. Ms. Weiner, have you already voted? Over there at the candy bowl. We've all been there.
Oh. Point of order.
Okay, you're acknowledged for a point of order. Yes, ma'am.
While people are still voting, Vice Mayor, I just want to say happy birthday to our Budget and Finance Vice Chair, Councilmember Toombs.
Oh, yes, I didn't. I apologize, Ms. Toombs. I didn't recognize that on my calendar. Thank you so much. Not related, but gives people a little extra time. That is not a point of order, actually, as you know, right? That's a point of personal privilege that you can kind of like do at the end of the meeting. Like, we love Vice Chair Toombs, but her birthday is not a point of order. Is this a similar happy?
My apologies.
See, here's what happens when I talk about the candy bowl. Everybody now thinks we can just talk about anything.
So I should
later.
save my point of personal privilege to tell Councilmember Weiner happy birthday also for the end of the meeting.
Sure, do that. Yeah, we'll do that. Okay. But don't, because we just did it. Okay. All righty, Mr. Clerk, you had already told me that all votes were in. Is that correct, sir? Okay, please show the vote. All right, this motion or resolution rather has passed with 32 votes in favor, 1 against, and 1 abstention. All right. Moving along. Okay, next is agenda item 30. Resolution 2025-110, sponsors Druffel, Hill, Evans, Ellis, Huffman, Gamble, Nash, Hancock, Allen, Rutherford, Weiner, and Johnston. This is a resolution requesting Mayor Freddie O'Connell create an advisory working group to explore and determine a coordinating model that supports a long-term sustainable youth policy and strategic plan and analysis of data that extends beyond mayoral administrations. Councilman Druffel, you're recognized, sir.
Committee report.
Yes, for the report of Budget and Finance Committee, Chair Porterfield, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance consider RS 2025-1100 for a 2-meeting deferral and voted unanimously, 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, for a 2-meeting deferral. Okay, for the report of Arts, Parks, and Libraries Committee, Chair Gadd, you're recognized for your report on Mr. Druffel's resolution 1100.
Thank you, Madam President. The committee voted 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 President not voting.
And was that on the bill specifically?
Yeah.
Not, okay, because they were addressing a deferral in budget and finance, but got it. Okay, committee reports are in. It's back to you, Mr. Druffel.
Thanks, Chair. I'm requesting a deferral to July 1st to ensure the Department's Youth Safety Director has been hired, had the chance to engage so that we can start looking at strategic plans with not such a small explanation.
Okay, I'll come back to you. So there is a motion to defer to the meeting of July 1st. I just want to double check that is indeed a first Tuesday in July. That's an actual meeting. Just double checking. Okay. Date certain, meeting of July 1st, properly seconded. Back to you on your deferral motion, sir.
Yeah, I want to take a second, more than a second, to sort of remind everybody of the context and the background of this. I have to account for almost 20 years. I left something on everybody's desk just to look at the last five administrations. And you can see that we've not been consistent. But first of all, let me start by acknowledging Council Member Porterfield. She has done a tremendous job creating and leading the fight for restorative and youth justice. Amazing story here. Her experience will help define the programs needed to assist and protect our youth in an often challenging world. The Office of Youth Safety, I'm certain, will produce programs and data that will help us improve our outcomes for the future. Thanks for your heart there, Council Lady. This resolution really seeks to develop a platform to coordinate a mechanism that coordinates a vision and strategies over administrations. As I'll reference very quickly on everybody's desk, the last five administrations with five different programs with great ideas. Here I have Mayor Dean's, and if anybody wants to take a look, I have programs for the last 20 years. The reality is we have a lot of good things that have happened and a lot of things that have come out, but we've never sustained any of the programs. There needs to be collective long-term vision, goals, solutions, strategies that are sustainable across administrations. For example, currently we have a shortage of partnerships for this coming summer. So we have several programs that don't have enough partners. If we could anticipate this, we can actually make a difference. By collectively identifying needs and gaps, we can create solutions such as recruiting partners and volunteers ahead of the needs. This underlies the need for coordinating, developing long-term strategies. A strong starting point would be conducting a gap analysis to assess needs and support. Engaging our community with a vision can yield extraordinary results. I saw firsthand as one of the first volunteers in the academies of Nashville. Our objective was to enhance the graduation rates at MNPS by introducing career-oriented classes that incorporate project-based learning. MNPS's leadership and compelling vision, along with effective strategies, successfully rallied community support with help of the Pencil Foundation and Chamber, involved hundreds of new partners. This resulted in greater distribution of costs through volunteers and industry engagement. The Academy is also engaged in nonprofits. The Forward Next Generation Learning has supported the academies for the last 15 years, focusing on bridging the gap between education and careers. In 2014 alone, the Ford Foundation contributed $800,000, adding to more than $7 million for the past decade. As a result, MNPS Academies of Nashville have been recognized by the White House as a national high school transformational model. By implementing a vision, strategies, and coordination.
Your time concluded, Mr. Druffel. There's a motion to defer to the meeting of July 1st. You've heard Mr. Druffel's reasoning on the need to defer to continue the conversation. Appreciate the work that you shared, Mr. Druffel. Okay, so we're on a deferral motion, okay? Ms. Porterfield, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I stand and support the deferral. I was going to yield some time to Councilmember Druffel if he needed to continue, but if not, I support the deferral.
You may yield your time to Mr. Druffel. That's proper. Go ahead, sir. You can continue.
You got 30 minutes for me? Okay.
No, she has yielded you 2 minutes,
2 minutes
and
and 44 seconds.
43 seconds.
Thank you very much,
Yes.
Council Lady. Past mayoral reports and numerous evidence-based studies demonstrate strong evidence that summer and after-school programs improve school success and reduce youth justice issues by 20%. It's a pretty big number. I'm asking that the administration consider coordination and investment be enhanced that not only improves support for youth safety, but they can help proactively prevent youth justice issues. The positive youth outcomes come both in social and economic terms. Every dollar invested in youth programs and after-school space saves at least $3 by increasing youth earning potential. Supporting student success that often requires help beyond the classroom. The Department of Youth Safety, along with the summer and after-school programs, will enable community development and aiding MNPS students. Funding for youth initiatives addresses economic and financial needs. Community engagement throughout workforce initiatives can help distribute costs and secure long-term financial support. So when we look at funding needs, when we look at our budget, we can distribute those costs by using workforce development and some of the partners we have. The youth initiatives of the Fast Five administrations have shown promise, but sustainability is crucial. We must turn 20 years of institutional knowledge and recommendations to build a roadmap that will last and have actions for the next 2 decades. This summer, thousands of youth will have nothing to do. You can only imagine what your summers look like. Imagine the potential if we could engage them in positive activities, academic improvements, holistic development, and work-based skills. A clear vision, long-term strategies, and a coordinated platform are essential for leveraging resources and achieving success. Our youth depends on us to make a significant impact on their lives. Let us put a blueprint for the next 20 years. We'll start that on July 1st. Thanks for your support.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Druffel. We have a motion to defer to the meeting of July 1st. Is there any further discussion on the deferral motion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay. This is deferred to the meeting of July 1st. Next is agenda item 33, resolution 2025-1103. Sponsors Hill, Benedict, Gadd, Bradford, Coopin, Evans, Vo, Parker, Welsh, Porterfield, Lee, Cash, Cap, Taylor, Huffman, Allen, and Ewing. This is a resolution recognizing March 31st, 2025 as Transgender Day of Visibility in Nashville and Davidson County. Ms. Hill, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Committee reports.
No worries. Rules, confirmations, and public elections. Chair Prep T.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. First and foremost, thank you to Councilmember Hill for bringing this piece of legislation and ensuring that our transgender community members know that we see them, that we hear them, and that we will continue to fight for them and make sure that their rights are protected and that you are not going anywhere without a fight. With that, the committee voted 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, Ms. Hill, it's back to you, ma'am. Let's get a motion
Move for approval with a,
yes.
I got nervous.
That's okay. That's okay.
Move for approval with a comment. I'm not going to say brief.
That's fine.
As many of my colleagues always say brief.
It doesn't have to be brief. You have 3 minutes. Properly moved and seconded. Go ahead, ma'am.
I stand not only as a sponsor of this, but as the only trans person elected in this entire state and the first one in this state. I know what it's like to walk into a space and be the only person there. People ask me all the time, why do you continue to tell people that you're trans? Why do you continue to go out and say that you're trans? Why don't you just blend in and just be a woman? Because you're passable and nobody would know. Why do you just tell people? None of us walk into a space and stop being a woman. None of us stop walking into a space and stop being a person of color or anything else. We are who we are, and representation is everything. I want every single trans person that is watching this, can hear my voice, can see me tonight, or watching this at another time, know that I stand with you. I stand with you. I stand for you. I love you. I see you. And we're all standing here to fight. Those of us that remember Pride know that Pride started June of 1969 by Marsha P. Johnson, who threw the first brick and started Pride. It started out as a riot. As a trans woman, and as the only one elected here in the state of Tennessee, I'm not afraid to throw the second brick because I will not go away. And I do not care what our president has to say about me. I don't care about what the slate of hate of our state tries to pass against me of what bathroom I can or cannot use. I will not go away. I will stand here and I will fight and I will be as visible as I possibly can for as long as I can. I'm not going to go into how much hate I've received. and how many things I've had thrown in my front yard or put in my mailbox, or the 2 times that I've had someone try to run me off the road. The first time I got run off the road, I was told by Metro that I didn't have a tag number, so that they couldn't do anything for me. The second time, I ran the person down and caught them 15 miles away and got the tag number. And then I was told by Metro, sorry, you left the scene of the accident. There's nothing we can do. I've had water bottles thrown at me at Nashville West. I've been flipped off so many times, I'm starting to wonder if that's not a nice way to say hello in Nashville. I want the trans community to know that I stand here with you, and I will stand here as long as I can. I am not going to ask for Rule 12.3 because I want everybody's name that's on this to be here because you asked to be here. So if you want to, we have time, email the clerk, add your name. If you don't, I understand. I know there's a few people that strategically always go to the bathroom every single time that I bring up anything that has anything to do with trans. So the folks that are here, I appreciate you. Thank you for standing with me. I would like for you to send your email to the clerk to vote yes, to add your name.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. Colleagues, that's metroclerk@nashville.gov if you would like to be added as a co-sponsor. Next in the queue for discussion is Ms. Porterfield. You're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I was initially getting in the queue in case our colleague needed some more time. So I would like to ask if Councilmember Hill needs more time before I speak.
Yeah, okay.
So I stand obviously in support as a co-sponsor, and I just want to thank Councilmember Hill for her bravery and for sharing that story with us. I think it's very important that we hear about the very real lived experiences, not only of our colleagues, but of our constituents. So I just wanted to stand in support and solidarity and to let Councilmember Hill, as well as all of the trans community, know that we are standing with you. We see you, and we are going to do everything we can here at the local level to protect you and to stand with you. And if enough of us get in queue and talk long enough, maybe some of our friends will come back from the bathroom. Thanks, Vice Mayor.
All righty. Mr. Coupin, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. I join the come back from the bathroom filibuster, rising in support. No, but seriously, a year ago, my colleague brought this forward, and I was incredibly proud of her then. But seeing what's been going on in the federal and the state level, and seeing how folks that are trans or LGBTQ plus and so many other groups are being treated is so horrific to me. We're dehumanizing people. We're pulling away people's identities. It's unacceptable. And I continue to be inspired by Councilman Hill's efforts and actions and leadership and Facebook posts and moments she takes to stand up for this. And, a lot of folks say things, but Councilman Hill takes action. And I think it's really it's inspiring to me to be near a leader like that. And just want the trans community and everyone else to know that we stand with you, we see you, and you have a place here in Nashville. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Coupin. Ms. Ewing, you're recognized.
Thank you very much. I want to obviously first rise in support of our colleague and dear friend, Olivia Hill, and the entire trans community. I wanted to make a short statement about the fact that in these insane times that we're living in, it's especially important to show up for each other. And I've said this before, I'm going to say it again. Right now, the federal level is going after the immigrant community, the trans community, LGBTQ, really the disabled community, honestly. And so it stands to reason that really they're after all of us. And so I wanted to just let you know, let the whole trans community know, I stand with you shoulder to shoulder, and whenever and however I can show up, I will show up.
Thank you, Ms. Ewing. Pro Tem Sepulveda, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. the budget chair and I had the privilege of being out of the country at the last meeting. And while I was trying to think of who would be a good person to have fill in for the announcements period, knowing what day was coming up later this month, the choice was pretty easy. And that was Councilmember Hill because of this specific day. Knowing that we had the opportunity to make sure that we had representation for the trans community being represented, even in just those few minutes for the announcement period, I think was very important. Being the first and the only is a heavy burden to carry. It's something that many of us in this room know and continue to carry to this day. And it's something that we can't take lightly. Being the example for an entire community, if you succeed, your whole community succeeds. And if you fail, you're the example for an entire community. And that's a hard place to be in. And so I do want to applaud you, council member, because you have made history. And sometimes it's hard to take a step back and take care of yourself. And so I do want to encourage you and the rest of this room to do that. And I know I might be speaking as if I was someone of a very old age, but in political years, I am saying that. So do as I say and not as I do. But I hope that the entire transgender community knows that they are appreciated and seen, and that they have allies that are in this room.
Thank you, Ms. Sepulveda. Councilwoman Benedict, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and thank you, Councilwoman Hill, for bringing this legislation. This term, we have, again, an LGBTQ caucus, and for the first time, we have an LGBT member. So we have a lesbian, a gay man, a bisexual woman, and a transgender woman. And so we are representing, I believe, the LGBTQ community better than ever. I want the public to know that we all stand with you. We're here supporting for you. We're always the first sponsors of a bill relative to the LGBT community. And so I'm just so proud to serve with you, to see your example. I knew you before you were elected, and you've just been so solid as a rock. So it's nice to have, sometimes we make friends on this body. Sometimes we make friends for life on this body. And I'm excited to see all the things that are ahead for you. And in regards to the bill, resolution, you know, it's so critical that the public understand that the attack on our trans community is real. And we have to stand up and show the world that we're going to protect them, that we're going to protect our most vulnerable as attacks come. We're going to stand in front of and protect the way that we would want to in the same situation. And yeah, I'm privileged to serve with you. I'm privileged to vote for this bill and be a lead sponsor or second sponsor on it. And colleagues, I hope that you vote yes, and also email the clerk to be added on with me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Benedict. Councilwoman Gadd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to stand, like any of my other colleagues have spoken, I want to stand and affirmatively say thank you for your service. Thank you for being who you are. And thank you, Councilwoman Olivia Hill. A few weeks ago, we were side by side with a couple of other colleagues to speak in a press conference at the Courthouse Hall building at the state legislature in order to talk against or to speak out on the slate of hate that gets named pretty much annually that the Tennessee General Assembly works to consider, and that persons that with lived experiences who are a lesbian, gay, non-binary, bisexual, trans, queer, in the state and their allies work to defeat. And sometimes we're successful and sometimes we're not. But on that day, we heard from and saw trans youth and LGBTQ youth who are in public schools throughout this state, but here in Middle Tennessee and here in Nashville, who were just wanting to be able to live their lives. And you being here, you speaking up, and all of us being present and saying that we stand with you and we will work to make this local community, the one place that we have the ability to vote on ordinances locally, that we will make that a safe and friendly place, means that we'll also listen to you, to members of the trans community when they're impacted by systems and departments and others and government or other entities, that will actually listen and understand what that experience is and vote accordingly on how to improve people's lives. So thank you for sharing your experience. Thank you for speaking up, being proud in ways that are so incredibly difficult. And thank you to my colleagues who share many similarities in the roles that you play here as being the first or being the only. So may we also recognize you. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Gadd. Councilwoman Vo, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. I rise in support of Resolution 2025-1103. And of course, I get to have the privilege to serve with Councilmember Hill twice. We served on the Tennessee Pride Chamber Board together, and I was so lucky to learn. And I'm very proud to be an LGBTQ ally. I think sometimes people have mistaken me to be a part of the LGBT community, and it just makes me really proud because I feel like my allyship is real and actionable. And I just want to remind everyone, that you don't need to be it to stand up for it. And I hope that we will remember that when we recognize, Transgender Day of Visibility. And as our city, and today we celebrated the 60th anniversary of the Metro Human Relations Commission, and that their theme is one city for all people, and that we are one city for all people. And that includes our trans community. And I, just like all of our colleagues said, we stand with you. And please know that you can see it to be it because it exists today. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Vo. Any other members seeking discussion? Okay, seeing none. Again, Ms. Hill, thank you so much for bringing this, and thank you, members, for all your kind words. So we will move to the vote. All in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, we have passed this resolution. Next, we move to section N on our agenda, bills on introduction and first reading. Without objection, all items on first reading may be voted on at the same time. Do any items need to be pulled from first reading consideration? Okay, seeing none, is there a motion for approval of all items on first consideration? Okay, properly moved and properly seconded without objection. You have approved all the items on first reading. Okay, next, agenda section O, bills on second reading. First among those is agenda item 44, ordinance BL 2025-688, sponsors Sepulveda, Prep T, Toombs, Evans Eagle, Vo, Porterfield, and Cap. This is an ordinance to amend chapter 2.147 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws regarding the Nashville Music, Entertainment, and Film Commission. Ms. Sepulveda, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports.
Okay, let's see. This was referred first to Arts, Parks, Libraries, and Entertainment. Chair Gadd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. The committee voted on BL 2025-688. We voted to adopt the substitute, 4 in favor, 2 against, 1 present not voting, and then voted to voted on the bill as substituted, 4 in favor, 2 against, 1 present not voting.
Okay, thank you, Chair Gadd. And for rules, confirmations, and public elections, Chair Prep T, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. So the committee had a pretty extensive discussion on this legislation, both on the bill as filed as well as the amendment. We discussed a number of issues, particularly as it pertains to how this particular commission is currently operating, and the hiring structure that is currently in place within Metro codes. I would invite colleagues to go back and watch watch that committee discussion, because it was very helpful, very informative, and I think laid the groundwork for us to be able to work on this legislation, to continue to work on this legislation to accomplish the goals of all interested parties. With that said, Madam Vice Mayor, we voted for a 1 meeting deferral with a vote count of 4 in favor, 1 against, and 3 not voting.
Okay, so with a 1 meeting deferral by committee, that is Rule 8.1. Okay. And so that is a mandatory deferral by rule. That said, as I look at the legislative history here, Special Counsel Darby, can you share that 1 meeting deferral will have some implications? So can you share that, the status of the bill at this juncture? I'm sorry, wrong thing. I'm pressing the wrong mic. Go ahead, ma'am.
So this bill this will be the 4th deferral of this bill, and the Rule 43 requires that upon a 4th deferral, the bill will be off of the agenda for no less than 60 days. And in order to be put back on the agenda, the sponsor will need to request it. And once it goes back on the agenda, it will be deferred for an automatic deferral for 1 meeting after it is placed back on the agenda. Rule 43 requires that.
Okay, so this has triggered both Rule 8.1 and Rule 43. Okay. Yes, sir. Chair, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. And just very briefly, yes, this 1 meeting deferral does constitute an indefinite deferral for a minimum of 60 days. However, within the discussion, we did point out that if there are substantive differences other than refiled, it can be brought forward within that 60-day period. There just needs to be substantive differences either within the body of the legislation or within the caption.
Okay, point well made. Thank you, Chair. Okay. Pardon? Do you want me to recognize you? Okay. All right. Okay. Moving on to agenda item 45, ordinance BL 2025-706, sponsors Toombs, Porterfield, Gadd, Gamble, Parker, Welsh, and Allen. This is an ordinance approving 2 greenway conservation easements between the Metropolitan government through the Metropolitan Board of Parks and Recreation and the Rogers Group, Inc. for greenway improvements at 0 Gwenwood Drive. Ms. Toombs, happy birthday. You're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Committee reports.
Okay, first for the report of the Budget and Finance Committee, Ms. Porterfield.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance voted 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, and on the, would that be the same on the amendment on 706?
Yes, Vice
Okay,
Mayor,
got
as
it.
amended and on the bill, as amended and on the bill, on the amendment and on the bill as amended.
Got it, thank you. For Arts, Parks, Libraries, and Entertainment Committee, Chair Gadd, you're recognized.
Yes, Madam President. The committee not only considered the amendments in favor, 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. It also considered, it passed the bill 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 present, not voting. And the committee took one more action, which was to say happy birthday to Councilmember Toombs.
That's 3 happy birthdays. Now I'm going to have to give 2 to Ms. Weiner at the end of the meeting. That's a lot of happy birthdays. Okay. Ms. Toombs, it's back to you.
I'd like to move the bill for approval.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, it's before us.
Is there a number? Second. 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 Sec Oh, there are two more committee reports.
Oh, I apologize. I am so sorry. I needed to turn or go up to the top of the other page. Thank you much, Chair Gamble, for a good eye on that. For the report of the Planning and Zoning Committee, Chair.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Planning and Zoning recommended approval of the amendment, 8 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting, and then recommended approval of the bill as amended, 8 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay. I think these greenway easements get the most referrals. There's literally 4 of them. So, hey, Chair Parker, for your 4th committee report, go ahead, sir.
We considered the amendment and recommended approval, 11 in favor, 0 against, and 0 not voting. And then on the bill as amended, we also recommended approval, 11 in favor, 0 against, and 0 not voting.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, now, Ms. Toombs, it's back to you with all 4 of your committee reports in. Go ahead.
All right, I'd like to move the bill for approval.
Is there a second? Okay, it's properly before us.
Okay, I'd like to move the amendment.
Okay, is there a second on that? Motion to amend. Is this a housekeeping amendment?
It is.
Okay. All right. Is there any discussion on the motion to amend? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, it's back to you for a motion for your bill as amended.
Move for approval as amended.
Is there a second? Okay, any discussion on that? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, this has passed its 2nd of 3 readings as amended. All right, now we're moving into bills on 3rd reading. And first among those is Agenda Item 49, Ordinance BL 2025-690. Sponsors Horton, Weiner, Cortez, Gadd, Coopin, Spain, Bradford, Huffman, Evans, Nashville, Ewing, Allen, Ellis, and Benton. This is an ordinance amending Section 13.08.080 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws pertaining to the use of a community safety camera network. Mr. Horton, you are recognized, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move for approval, please, with a brief comment.
Okay, is there a second? Back to you.
Thank you. What this bill does is establish a legal framework surrounding the use of any community safety camera network. In practical terms, that's FUSIS or any similar program. It does this by seeking to address some of the sincere community concerns we had around safety and other things, while at the same time not impairing the MMPD's intended use of the program. Some of the key restrictions and conditions that it applies are that the program can only be accessed in the event of a health and safety emergency. Integration with AI and facial recognition technology to identify people is prohibited. Cameras can't be accessed where there's a reasonable expectation of privacy. Anytime there's a violation of the rules, the MNPD has to promptly notify us as well as the mayor's office. And there has to be an annual report published to the council detailing how the program is being used, how many times cameras were accessed, why they were accessed, and what the outcome of those incidents were. As well as anytime there's a change in the rules, we have to have a public hearing so the community can have input. We've discussed this one quite a bit, and we considered a lot of amendments at the last meeting. I'm particularly grateful for all the council members who collaborated and for their close collaboration on this bill, especially council members Toom, Huffman, Gadd, and Preptit. Those were very significant amendments that were brought to the bill and real improvements on it. So grateful for their collaboration on this. And with that, I'd like to move for approval, please.
Okay, it's properly moved and properly seconded, and we're on to discussion. First in the queue for that is Councilwoman Benedict. You're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Previous question.
Oh, okie dokes. Okay, Ms. Benedict has called the question. It requires a second. Okay, this is a non-debatable motion that requires 2/3 of those voting. Okay, and so I'm going to try this by voice first. Again, as I do, I ask everybody just to be clear, it's not about volume, it's about number. If you want to end debate, you would vote in favor of the previous question. Then we will move immediately to the vote. If you want to continue debate, you would vote against the previous question, okay? All in favor of the previous question, please say aye. All against the previous question, please say no. Okay. Mr. Clerk, Can you put that to the machine? I'm sorry. I think the no's prevailed, but I honestly can't tell. So again, voting for the previous question ends debate. We move to the vote. Voting against the previous question means we will continue with the debate. Or discussion, rather. This requires 2/3 of those voting. All votes in. Mr. Clerk, please show the vote on the previous question. Okay, the motion does fail. All right, so we continue with debate. There was yes 20, 15 no. That is not the required 2/3. So first in the queue for discussion is Ms. Evans Siegel. You're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. When I sit here and look at potential ordinances before us, I ask myself two questions. First, is it a good policy? And second, will it achieve its goals? With respect to this first question, I think, yes, this ordinance is actually pretty good policy in the face of MMPD's use of more modern technologies. If it's to happen, I believe that what we have before us is a good framework of policies that we would need and collectively want as a society to protect the rights of Nashvillians and those who pass through and visit here. But what I want to be very clear about is that answering the first question in the affirmative does not mean that the second question before me is one that will be answered in the affirmative as well. That is to say, having a good set of local policies for MMPD will not protect the rights of Nashvillians. These are not complete guardrails. Fusus as a system is capable of live streaming video and does so over the cloud. We've known for years that governments seek video from third-party services and obtain them without owners' consent and knowledge. But we've relied upon the proper functioning of our judicial system's issuances of warrants as a check against any abuse of such a practice. Over the past week, we have watched as numerous federal court orders have been intentionally and openly disregarded by our federal government, leading to such events as the refusal to pay out monies owed to third parties, deporting a doctor lawfully in this country and without providing identities or reasons, engaging in what is effectively international human trafficking of numerous individuals. And in thanks for their service, judges who push back on such abuses of power have been threatened with impeachment and removal from their offices. None of this is business as usual. Make no mistake, we cannot and should not assume that our courts will save us. We cannot and should not assume that the laws that have protected us still matter. We cannot and should not assume that our local FUSIS policy for MNPD will protect Nashvillians from outside forces. That is, we cannot and should not assume that just because this is a good policy, and it is a good policy, that it will achieve its goals. Because standing here today, we are living through unprecedented times with open, notorious, and unchecked abuses happening all around us. Voting for this good policy does not mean we should take any further steps on this matter until we, as people living in what should be a free and fair democracy, are assured that the checks and balances upon which we rely are still functioning and are fully protecting everyone's rights under our 4th, 5th, and 14th Amendments. Without these protections, further steps on this matter would be steps that knowingly throw Nashvillians and all who visit and come through here into the hands of those who would disregard those constitutional rights we hold dear.
Thank you, Ms. Evans Siegel. Next is Councilman Nash. You're recognized, sir.
I rise in favor of this bill. Well, I was on the police department for 33 years. One of the policies, one of the criteria that the police used often in Nashville was we were never going to be first at anything. We were going to let Memphis try it first, or Knoxville try something first, or somewhere else in the country, so that we could learn from their mistakes. And I think that this bill with all those safeguards on it is an example of that. We've got some great legal minds that sit here in the council and in the administration that have made this a very good policy. And just because our federal friends have some terrible policies right now, doesn't mean that we can't move forward and do things that we need to do our citizens in Nashville. We're not creating any new data of any sort. We are just collecting pictures when someone commits a crime possibly with no identification feature other than he's got a ball cap on and a hoodie, or whatever the case may be, or maybe what car they left in. Second, so much of these arguments we've heard, well, we're not spending enough on schools, or we're not spending enough on after-school programs. And as a councilman, I take exception to that. It's not either or. I can tell you right now that no. Can we solve every crime by making every arrest we can possibly make? No. And I think it'd be equally as naive to say that, well, if we had just one more after-school program, that we're going to solve all the problems either. It takes two. We need the safety net. I have voted for all the safety net issues we've had before us, after-school programs, school money. But there are people that unfortunately fall through that safety net and create tremendous dangers to this community. And this is just one tool. You know, fingerprints don't solve every crime. DNA doesn't solve every crime, and these photographs aren't going to solve every crime either, but they are a piece of the network to make us better at it. So I ask for your support. Nothing in this lets you know your immigration status. It has nothing to do with your sexual preferences. It is just a photo of a criminal leaving a business. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Nash. Next is Pro Tem Sepulveda. You're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I wasn't here at the last council meeting, so I wasn't able to speak on the sub, but I am glad that multifamily units were taken out of what the legislation previously looked like. As the only council member that currently lives in an apartment complex, knowing what several of my neighbors look and sound like. The majority of my neighbors are Latinos, and you know, it was going to affect people who mainly look and sound like me and who come from certain backgrounds. So I'm at least glad that that's been taken out. However, these are unprecedented times. We do have a president who is ignoring court rulings. ICE is interrogating green card holders and deporting visa holders. And again, we have a department who never disclosed that this software was in use until they had to tell us. And forgive me for not believing that guardrails are going to protect anyone that I represent. And at the end of the day, this conversation does feel like we are speaking to different languages. Several people are talking about property, and at the end of the day, I am talking about people, and I just don't know how to bridge that gap. I do understand that for some people, property might be all that they have, but for others, you know, their mother, their father, their friend might be all that they have. And we are running a risk here, and privacy is a risk that we are talking about at the end of the day. And so I'm not willing to take that risk, right? I'm gonna put my constituents' lives, the people that are the most vulnerable at this point in time, above property. And I think that there are other tools that we could use. And I'm going to say my favorite quote that I keep saying these past couple of years. I should have memorized it by now. it's not about abortion. It's about the next 20 years, 20s and 30s. It was the role of government. 50s and 60s, it was civil rights. The next 2 decades, it's going to be privacy. I'm talking about the internet. I'm talking about cell phones. I'm talking about health records and who's gay and who's not. And moreover, in a country born on the will to be free, what could be more fundamental than this?
Thank you, Pro Tem. Councilmember Vo, you are recognized.
Thank you so much, Vice Mayor. I rise in opposition to Bill 2025-690. For me, this bill, when I look at it, when I talk to my constituents, when they reach out to me, how is this going to protect the residents and the people who happen to be recorded or applicable just passing through? And I think that whenever we think about policy and think about who and how they'll be affected, who gets to really push the levers? Is it the people in power? Are we really creating policy that's going to actually center the person who is going to be harmed the most in this legislation? And I often think that we keep missing the mark. Tonight, our constituents told us how they feel. And just like was commented before, we had voted this down and it's like, why is this coming again? To me, I wish that we would really focus on our most vulnerable individuals who will be affected by this and think about what happens to them. And for those reasons, and for the immigrant community and every person who is marginalized, please know that, I stand with you. I just cannot support this. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Vo. Councilmember Johnston, you're recognized.
Previous question.
Okay. Properly moved and seconded. This is a non-debatable motion that requires 2/3 of those voting. We will try it again by voice. When you call the previous question, if you vote in favor of that, that means you end debate. If you vote no, that means you want debate to continue. Okay, all in favor of the previous question, please say aye. All against the previous question, please say no. Colleagues, I think the previous question prevails, okay? We are going to move to the vote. Yep, you may call a point of order. Yes, ma'am.
Point of order, Vice Mayor. Can we do a roll call vote?
Ms. Darby, help me recall what's the proper order. Yes, you can make a motion for a roll call. You need 3 seconds. Okay, all right. So we are still on the motion to call the previous question. Mr. Clerk, if you would please open the machine. This requires 2/3 of those voting. Yes, ma'am. Ms. Benedict, you're recognized.
Oh, this is a vote on the previous question. I thought Council got it. I thought the question was on the actual vote.
A point of order, asked for a roll call, got 3 seconds, and so we will take a roll call on the previous question. So you are voting now on the previous question.
Okay. I guess that vote had concluded, so I thought we were done with that vote.
Fair question. Ms. Darby?
Rule 38 allows a member to request a roll call vote immediately following a voice vote.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All votes are in. Mr. Clerk, please show the vote. Okay, the motion fails with 23 voting in favor, 13 against, 0 abstentions. Again, it requires 2/3 of those voting. Okay? All right, so we continue with debate. Mr. Parker, you are next.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And I know this has been, there's been a lot of discussion about this and consideration of amendments. to echo my at-large colleague, I do think that what we have before us is maybe a good policy framework. If we're looking at kind of our local police department in a vacuum, unfortunately, that's not the context we find ourselves in today. And I've heard some proponents of this bill say it's better than nothing, so why not pass it? But I believe that better than nothing is not good enough in this case. The concerns that have been raised by so many members of our community about this being misused by federal and state officials to target Nashvillians are not addressed by this legislation adequately. I think that I don't think that it's a sign of weakness or disloyalty to take in new information and change one's position on a difficult vote. The information that's come to light around this situation recently, the situation in Westchester County, New York, which is a sanctuary county where it was found that ICE was, contrary to their existing policies, accessing surveillance networks, gives me a lot of pause about our ability to effectively protect Nashvillians from these networks being misused. So I'm afraid I can't support this bill. I don't think it accomplishes what we're trying to accomplish here.
Thank you. Ms. Hill, you are next in the queue and you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I am really torn about this. I am in favor of this particular bill only because I am against FUSIS 1,000%. There's not anything anyone could ever do to get me to vote yes for FUSIS. But this is not about FUSIS. This is just about guardrails for should anything else happen to pass. And I know it's not enough. And my only hope is that if it does go through, that we at least have something. I know that this is not enough, and I know that it needs to be more, and I will vote no on FUSIS every single time. But I wanted to stand up and clarify to some of my constituents that keep emailing me and reaching out to me saying, you know, please vote no on FUSIS. I'm like, this is not about, this is just a different thing about guardrails in case that happens to get passed, that we can't stop it. So I wanted to clarify that for people that are watching, people that are listening, and people that continue to email a lot of people. This is not about FUSIS. This is only about guardrails for should a FUSIS or something similar ever get passed. That's all that this is for. And I agree. It really isn't enough. But I'm hopeful that it's something should something else get through.
Okay, Mr. Horton, I'm going to come back to you because you did not use your full time, I recall, at the start. And so go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Hill beat me to that point. That was she said it much better than I do. This is not a FUSIS contract. It makes complete sense to vote in favor of this. And if you still would like to, every one of us can still vote against a subsequent FUSIS contract if we would like to. I'm aware to some of the council members' concerns as well as concerns that were raised in the public that this body, as a local municipal body, does not have the ability to limit every single law enforcement agency in the country. We do have the ability to regulate MNPD, and our inability to solve every problem shouldn't stop us from solving the problems that we do have control of, and that's what this legislation does. I'm very grateful for all the council members that have made these rules stricter and more comprehensive and make more sense. And ask my colleagues to join me in at least supporting these guardrails, and feel free to vote against, every one of us is still free to vote against FUSIS if we'd like to subsequently.
Okay, next in the queue is Councilwoman Allen. You're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. This is exactly what I was going to stand to say. I echo what my colleagues have said. It is good policy to put policy in place before you need it, and that's what we're doing. It is not necessarily perfect. It will not bind other levels of government, but it at least spells out very, very, very narrowly and very carefully what we can do. And so I would invite the many people who came and spoke against this to come back when we actually do consider a contract, because in the current climate, I don't know that I will be able to approve a contract for this, but I want to have policy in place when that comes back, and then we will look at what we've got and say, there, we can't control what's outside, and we just don't approve the contract. So I appreciate that being clarified by my two preceding colleagues. And so I'm voting for this policy. This is not the contract. We will have the opportunity to have the same discussion again, and I hope the speakers return for that and hold us accountable, because they're absolutely right that the risks these days are unbelievable. And that's a different important vote that we will have, or maybe we won't. Maybe we just drop it at this point, but we need to get the policy in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allen. Councilman Rutherford, you're recognized.
Previous question.
Okay. Is there a second? Okay, this is a non-debatable motion. I've not quite gotten it right on the voice call, so we're just going to go with a roll call to start, okay? It requires 2/3 of those voting. If you want to end debate, you vote in favor of the previous question. If you want to continue debate and discussion, you vote against or no for the previous question. Mr. Clerk, if you would please open the machine. All votes are in. Mr. Clerk, please show the vote. The previous question prevails with 28 votes in favor, 7 against, and 1 abstention. Again, 2/3 of those voting required. That means that we move straight to the vote on ordinance 2025-690. Mr. Clerk, I'm just going to do a roll call out of the gate as well on this, please. If you would please load the vote. All votes are in. Mr. Clerk, please show the vote. All right, this ordinance passes its third and final reading with 28 votes in favor, 7 against, and 1 abstention. All right, I have a few more items. Hang in there. All right, agenda items 61 and 62. Sponsor Webb. This is ordinance BL 2025-725 and its companion 726. 725 is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government, by changing from RS20 to SP zoning for property located at 215 1 Mile Parkway, approximately 1,200 feet west of Gallatin Pike. This is 8.81 acres to permit 87 multifamily residential units. And again, 726, its companion, which is regarding materials restrictions for Bill 725. Ms. Webb, you are recognized.
Committee reports.
Okay, Planning and Zoning. Chair Gamble, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Planning and Zoning recommended approval of the BL 2025-725 and its companion 726, 8 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, thank you, Chair Gamble. Okay, it is back to you, Ms. Webb, for a motion first to get the bills. Let's see. We're going to have to do this singularly, I believe, because you've got a late filed amendment that is specific to 725. So if you would move 725, please, first, ma'am. And then when we get your amendment on, then we can move them together in a consolidated motion. But for now, 725, please, ma'am.
Okay, move for approval.
Is there a second? Okay, properly moved and seconded. We're on your bill. Would you like
I'd
to
like to add
request?
the amendment.
Okay, would you like to request to suspend the rules?
Okay, yes, suspend the rules.
Okay. Is there any objection to the request to suspend the rules? Okay, I apologize. Let me first get the report of the chair of the Rules, Confirmations, and Public Elections on the nature of the late file. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. The committee considered the late filed amendment on BL 2025-725 and voted 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting for a suspension of the rules.
Okay. Having heard the report of Chair Prep T, is there any objection to Ms. Webb's request to suspend the rules? Seeing none, Ms. Webb, the rules are suspended, and we can take up your late filed amendment. You need to move that, though.
Okay, move to the amendment.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
All right. Do you want to just share, is this housekeeping, something anybody needs to know about? No? Okay. Ms. Webb has moved her amendment. Is there any discussion on this amendment?
Please say no.
All right. Seeing none, all in favor of Ms. Webb's amendment, please say aye. Okay. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay. So now I need a consolidated motion from you to move approval of 725 as amended with its companion 726 as well.
Okay, I'd like to move for approval for 725 and 726 with the amendment.
Okay. Second. All right. Any discussion? Okay. All in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, both 725 and 726 have passed their last of 3 readings with 725 amended. We've got one more. No, we have 3 more. 4. Okay, we got 4 more. Everybody hang in, please. Okay. Next is 64, agenda item 64. Ordinance BL 2025-731, sponsor Toombs. This is an ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government, by changing from SP to MUGANS. Colleagues, we need to retain our quorum, please. MUGANS zoning for property located at 2400 Clarksville Pike at the northwest corner of 24th Avenue North and Clarksville Pike. This is 2.39 acres. Ms. Toombs, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Committee report.
Let's see, for the report of the Planning and Zoning Committee, Chair Gamble, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Planning and Zoning recommended approval of the substitute, 8 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting, and then approval of the bill as substituted, 8 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay. Ms. Toombs, it's back to you for a motion to get the bill before us.
I'd like to move approval of the bill.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, back to you.
I'd like to move approval of the substitute.
Okay, properly moved and seconded on the substitute. Any
Requires a
explanation?
minimum of 20,000 square feet of commercial space and prohibits some uses.
Okay, you've heard a description of the substitute. It's properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of the substitute, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, so it's back to you for a motion for approve as substituted.
Move for approval as substituted.
Properly seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, this has passed its 3rd and final reading as substituted. Next, Councilman Harrell, you've got your agenda item 66 and its companion 67. This is ordinance BL 2025-733. Again, sponsor Harrell. An ordinance to amend Title 17 of the Metro Code of Laws, the zoning ordinance of the Metro government of Nashville and Davidson County by changing from AR2A to SP zoning for properties located at 4316 Laverne, Couchville Pike, and 4144 Maxwell Road, approximately 1,600 feet south of Old Hickory Boulevard. This is 13.87 acres to permit 46 single-family lots, all of which is described herein. And again, it's a companion bill, agenda item 67, that's ordinance 734, and it requires certain materials be restricted in 733. Mr. Harrell, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I would like to move,
Colleagues, please, shh, quiet, please. Go ahead, Mr. Hill.
I would like to move for a deferral, one meeting deferral with a brief comment for 66 and 67.
Okay, so there's a one meeting deferral motion for ordinance 733 and 734, properly seconded. Back to you for a description or explanation.
So there's three renderings or three elevations that's listed in this legislation, and one of them I do not approve of. And after meeting with my constituents, I would like for us to make some changes, and so I will have a meeting with planning to make those changes and bring it back on the next meeting.
Okay, I appreciate the explanation. Is there any discussion on the motion to defer one meeting for 733 and 734 for Mr. Harrell? Seeing none, all in favor of the one meeting deferral, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, 733 and 734 are deferred. Their third consideration is deferred one meeting. Okay, one more left. Agenda item 72. Ordinance BL 2025-743, sponsors Huffman, Ellis, Stiles, Spain, Horton, Benton, Coopin, and Bradford. This is an ordinance to amend Chapter 12.16 of the Metro Code of Laws relative to drag racing. Mr. Horton, you're recognized, or Huffman rather, you're recognized, sir.
Withdraw.
Withdrawn. So moved. Okay, that's done, and quickly so. Thank you. That concludes this evening's agenda. Again, happy birthday to Ms. Weiner and Ms. Toombs. Our next council meeting will be on Tuesday, April the 1st. Is there a motion to adjourn? We are adjourned.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information on this and other programs, visit nashville.gov.